This is a story that involves stalking, psychological torture, alleged sexual abuse, kidnapping, and murder. Listener discretion is advised. This season on Very Scary People.
This particular case involved an entire family.
My mom started to panic. Why would he take them?
911, what's your emergency?
These people are crazy on a level I've never seen before.
He'll never leave me alone. That's all I can think. He will never stop.
At this point in time, the Matusiewiczes take matters into their own hands.
We have to get the girls now. We have to go get the girls right now.
We had been doing everything we could domestically to find them. Now, the focus moved international.
You cross the family and you end up dead.
First thing that hit me was the smell of gunpowder.
It was a murder scene. It was an active shooting scene.
We knew there were 3 people dead. At that point, it was all hands on deck.
It's September 8th, 2007, in Wilmington, Delaware. With a population of just under 74,000, Wilmington is known for its rich industrial history, lively neighborhoods, and a profound sense of community. But on this fall day, the weather is unusually warm, and the leaves have just begun to change. 33-year-old Wilmington resident Christine Belford sits at home, waiting for her ex-husband, 36-year-old David Matusiewicz, to arrive with their 3 young children. David has decided to take their kids, along with his mother, Lenore Matusiewicz, on a 2-week trip to Disney World before the start of the school year. The problem is, they should be back by now. Christine tucks her shoulder-length, dirty blonde hair behind her ears as she begins to slowly pace back and forth. She dials David's phone. It goes straight to voicemail. 1 hour passes, then another. Christine tries David again, and again. No answer. Christine silently curses under her breath. Where are they? She knows their separation has been contentious, and the custody battle put them both on edge. But why wouldn't he bring them home on time? What does he have to gain? As Christine's phone calls to David continue to go unanswered, an uneasy feeling begins to creep in. But as more time passes, she has a terrifying realization. David never planned to bring the children back. This wasn't just a family vacation, but a carefully calculated abduction. And as her worst fears are realized, one chilling question fills her with dread. Why? Welcome to Very Scary People. A family to fear. From an outsider's view, a father losing track of time or getting stuck in traffic on a road trip shouldn't set off these types of alarm bells. However, this story doesn't begin with a late drop-off. And to understand the panic that is overtaking Christine at this moment, we need to know how they got here. Who were David Matusiewicz and Christine Belford? How did 2 people who once vowed to spend their lives together end up in a place of such mistrust and fear? And is there something in their past that could help make sense of all the tragedy yet to come? David's story begins in 1967. He was born in New Jersey to parents, Tom and Lenore Matusiewicz. Thomas and Lenore had 3 children. David is the firstborn and eldest son. Soon after came Michael, and a couple of years later, Amy, who has fond memories growing up as the youngest of the Matusiewicz clan.
I had a good childhood. We always had, other kids at the house and everything. We always, went out and played. But we grew up with love.
Reporter Chris Barish recalls learning about the Matusiewicz family during his time at the Wilmington News Journal.
The Matusiewicz family never really had a lot of money, and the house was always like really messy, but they were very devoted to their children. They would spend a lot of time with them.
And although Tom and Lenore were committed parents, financial struggles were a constant reality. There were multiple times when the water would be shut off or the rent fell behind because of a missed payment. Yet, rather than breaking them, these hardships seemed to draw the Matusiewicz family closer, forming an almost unbreakable bond between them. Tom's cousin, Jill Matusiewicz, recalls how this closeness also created a unique and at times unsettling dynamic within the family.
As a family, David was always the favored child in every way. David could do no wrong, even if he was doing wrong in front of them. There was no discipline. The kids were kind of unkept. Growing up, they were always with the runny noses, and Amy had stringy hair. They were undisciplined, even when discipline should have been instilled upon them.
It is clear to those on the outside that Tom and Lenore don't subscribe to conventional parenting methods, and that the state of the children definitely raises eyebrows. However, no one can deny that they are a tight-knit unit that sticks together, especially when tragedy strikes. Michael, the middle child, develops leukemia as a teenager. The family is there to support him in his battle against cancer. But unfortunately, it proves incurable, and Michael passes away at the age of 18. Here's Amy.
It was hard on us. We were just grieving, but I think it made us stronger. It made us realize that, you're never promised tomorrow.
After Michael's death, the family focus on David only increases. Amidst their grief, David truly becomes the golden child.
He absolutely looked up to him. He was, the one that was going to college. He wanted to be an eye doctor. He wanted to help people. He wanted to save their eyesight.
David enters college with the weight of his family's expectations squarely on his shoulders. Ever since he was a little boy, he's been told that he is special and destined for great things. College was his first major step towards that bright future. It becomes clear very quickly that Tom and Lenore's faith in David is well placed. He shines academically and forges a clear path towards a successful career in the medical field.
He excelled in school. He went to Glassboro State College, and he became an optometrist, and then moved to Delaware, where he started a thriving business. He was involved in Special Olympics. He talked about how he provided eyeglasses to some of the participants, and he was very involved, and everybody looked up to him.
David is making quite a name for himself in his local community. Everything in his life seems to be falling into place. And his love life is no exception. David starts getting close with the receptionist at his optometrist practice, Christine Belford. The two become quick friends, and it doesn't take long for their feelings for each other to grow. And while David's upbringing has been well documented, Christine Belford's origins have remained somewhat of a mystery until now. Eileen McDermott, Christine's stepmother, has been a major part of her life from a young age and remained a close confidant throughout her most formative years.
I met Christine through friends. I also lived down the street from her. She was, I think, 11. She was so neat, a smile that would light up the room. If you knew her, her personality soared through the roof. She had a huge heart, and I can remember anytime somebody would do something for her, give her a gift, anything, she would sit down and write a letter to them and thank them. And at a young age, that's rare. Things happened in my family and my house that forced me to leave my home. Christine's mother, Kathy, welcomed me into her home, and then I never left. Christine saved me. in many ways, and she felt as though I saved her in many ways growing up. I was the big sister that she didn't have, and she was the kid sister that I didn't have. And Christine, being an only child, she loved the fact that I moved in. There was just the idea of having, I guess, someone else, in the house, somebody else palling around with. And when her parents, Kathy and Jim, separated, there was just fighting a lot, not getting along, that sort of thing. The separation was there long before I even got there. You know what I mean? They were just going through the motions of just being parents to Christine. I can honestly say that Christine was loved by both parents. They might not have liked one another, but they loved their daughter. And eventually, when I started a relationship with her father, Christine really she didn't mind. There was never any anger, resentment at all towards me and the relationship that I had with Jim. I will never be her mom. I am her friend. I am her sister. I am her protector. That's all I am to her.
In July 1994, Christine marries her high school sweetheart, a man named Bill Maffa. Just a few months later, in September, they welcome a daughter, Katie.
Bill came from a great family, great parents, good upbringing. I mean, they were a cute couple. Yeah, they really got along very well. Christine loved being a mom. She loved dressing Katie up in her cute little outfits and doing her hair. And they so much look alike. I want to say that Christine and Bill kind of grew apart. It was a financial struggle, and he had struggles himself. He was going through drugs at the back end of that relationship. There was something that was there.
Bill began to spiral deeper into his addiction, making it impossible to be the husband and father that Christine needed him to be. Although they still loved each other, she needed to do what was best for her and Katie, and made the heartbreaking decision to file for divorce. After her divorce from Bill in 1998, Christine finds herself a single mother, doing everything she can to support her young daughter. She takes a job as a receptionist at a local optometrist's office, where she meets David Matusiewicz, one of the optometrists on staff. At nearly 6'4", with sandy brown hair and a successful career, David is tall, strong, handsome, and accomplished. The two hit it off almost immediately.
They got along really well. She looked up to him, and she thought he was always friendly and helpful. She thought he was really good with patience, and I think she admired that. He was a good businessman. He was involved in the community. He also appeared on the local PBS affiliate's weekly news magazine talking about vision care. So it was very successful.
Christine's former sister-in-law, Jenny Polisi, vividly recalls meeting David for the first time.
Christine was married to my brother, Bill. I was friends with her for a lot of years after. The first time I met David was I went to see him for an eye visit. So I needed to have my eyes checked. She was dating him and working there, so I said, I'll just go in and he can be my eye doctor. And I liked him. He was very professional, nice guy, seemed very competent, no problems at all. I thought that he was a good fit for her.
I think that's what really Christine's seen, somebody who is going to be able to provide for her child as well. It's also hard to find somebody who's going to not only love you for you, but extend that love into your children. And that's hard to find anywhere. And she had that with Dave.
And after about 3 years of dating, on October 13th, 2001, David and Christine were married. It felt like Christine's dream of a big, happy family was finally coming into focus. She has one great daughter already, and now she has a partner who she can build a life with. In a recorded interview with reporter Chris Barish in 2008, Christine recalls details of her and David's relationship and can be heard here talking about their picture-perfect wedding day.
So we were dating. We dated for a while. I guess we dated up until the year 2000. We got married in 2001. Yeah, it was beautiful.
I knew, but okay.
It was a great
nice.
Great day, great ceremony. It was outside.
Right.
It was October. My oldest daughter by then was, I guess, about 5. So she was one of the flower girls. And we went off to Maui for a honeymoon.
So it sounds like a Cinderella story almost,
Yeah.
right?
Christine's daughter, Katie Moffa, fondly remembers her relationship with David during these happy times.
Dave was fun. He would play with me outside. He put in a pool for me. We got a swing set. He taught me how to swim. He was a good stepdad. He took care of me. He gave me everything I wanted.
Dave treated Katie great. Heart of gold. When Katie was little, Katie wouldn't get out of bed. But she would sit up in bed and repeat, "Mommy, Mommy, Mommy, Mommy," 1,000 times until somebody came to that room. That's just one of the things that he thought was adorable, that it was just, every time she wanted something, I don't care what it was, if she wanted a glass of milk, if she wanted, to watch a movie, whatever, he was there. He was a great guy. He had a heart of gold.
David proved with Katie that he had all of the skills and desire to be an amazing father. David and Christine decided it was time for them to expand their family with children of their own. In 2002, Christine and David welcomed their first daughter. 2 more daughters followed in 2003 and 2005.
But Christine had 3 daughters in a 4-year period. And that's a heavy load for any young family, or young mother. Christine suffered from postpartum depression, and she needed to take medication. She also told me once she had to buy hamburgers for a picnic they were going to. And it took her an hour because the girls were a handful when she took 3 little, imagine going to the grocery store with a 2-year-old, a 3-year-old, and a 4-year-old and trying to keep them all together.
Chrissy would have moved heaven and earth for all of her children. I would say Christine felt drained, and there became that strain.
Adding to the strain, Christine and David's middle daughter started displaying developmental concerns and was diagnosed with autism.
That brought out, I think, every parenting difference that Christine and David had. Christine would talk to me a lot about David wants to cure her, and I just want to help her. I don't know that we can fix her, but I want to do whatever we can do to make her comfortable and thriving, and he thinks that she's broken. And so that created a layer of friction. So not only do you have a child that's clearly got some special needs, but now you're disagreeing on how you want to remedy it.
She was carrying a heavy load. It was hard on her, but she was making it. She was making it, but at the same time, the marriage was unraveling slowly.
In early 2006, with the honeymoon phase in the rearview mirror and the stresses of everyday life creeping in, David drops a bombshell on Christine. His parents, Tom and Lenore, would be moving in with them. David assures her that this is only temporary, until they find permanent housing nearby. He tries to convince Christine that his parents will provide much-needed support when raising the girls. Christine is in total shock. Helping out with the kids is one thing, but adding 2 more people in a house that already has 6 sounds more overwhelming than anything. Christine protests, but David is not asking for her permission.
David just told her, hey, they're coming to live with us, and Lenore and Tom moved into their house. So after they sold their house in New Jersey and they were looking for a house in Delaware where they could be near Christine and David and the kids, and they moved in, and they were only going to stay for a few months, but it extended to almost 9 months.
In their 2008 interview, Chris Barish asked Christine how Lenore and Tom moving in started to affect her relationship with David.
You know, we were together. It was his family's involvement became more and more difficult. At one point, he moved them in the house without asking me if that was okay. So now I have his mother and father living there.
So you came home one day and they're just
there. They are.
Get out of here.
Yeah.
Where do they live?
They were in New Jersey. They had been trying to sell their house for a very long time. And when they finally got a buyer that wanted it, David's advice then was take it. And if you don't feel like we don't have anywhere to go, apparently he said, come live with us. He came home and said, they're coming.
Christina's always considered her connection with David's parents to be fairly standard. She didn't think she was their favorite person, but everyone was amicable. Almost everyone.
It was pretty much normal in the beginning. Anytime they would have a get-together, or they would have dinner or barbecues or whatever, we were always the guests in the home. Jim and myself, Lenore, Tom, was your typical household. The biggest question I think that was actually asked was the idea that she had a child already. That was really the one thing that Lenore had a problem with. The fact that, not necessarily her being damaged goods, but the idea that she was already in a relationship and she already has a child with someone.
In her interview with reporter Chris Barish, Christine opens up about her relationship with Lenore, including their tense first meeting.
You don't really get along with the parents that well, or the mother, or just...
You know, I got along with the father fine at the time. The mother just... The very first day I met her, she refused to speak to me. And I should have known, again, one of these signs that I should have known. She wouldn't talk at all. I mean, she didn't even say, hello, how are you?
First time you met her in life, right?
Right. Like, we went out because it was David's birthday, and we all went out and had the whole day together. Like, did lunch and did some other things. She didn't say a word.
Christine doesn't know just how right she is about Lenore. As Tom and Lenore settle in, it starts to become clear that Lenore sees herself as more than just a helping hand.
I think her plan from the beginning was to teach Christine how to be a good mother.
Psychologist Dr. A.J. Marsden is an expert in organizational psychology as well as family dynamics.
Because she felt like she was a good mother to the kids. After all, look at how David turned out. He's a doctor. What a great child. So I think in her mind, she did want to teach Christine how to be a good wife and mother. Lenore, on the surface, looks like she's just trying to be a good grandmother, right? I just want to move in for a little while after the last daughter is born, help you out. You're clearly overwhelmed. I just want to be there for you. But in Lenore's mind, it wasn't, I just want to be there for Christine and help her with these grandchildren. In Lenore's mind, it was, these are now my children, and I need to make sure that they are taken care of. Christine clearly is not doing a good enough job.
There are many ways to raise children, and no such thing as a perfect parent. It was one thing when Lenore didn't care for Christine as a daughter-in-law, but it's becoming clear Lenore has no respect for Christine as a mother. Lenore is watching Christine like a hawk. No matter what she does, Lenore always finds fault with how Christine decides to parent her children.
Christine was kind of, chill, go with the flow kind of individual. And some of the claims that Lenore makes was that Christine not feeding the girls until 2 p.m. In Lenore's mind, that's not acceptable. It's not acceptable for Christine not to be on a schedule, for Christine not to have the girls in this strict environment. So she wants to be in that environment to exert control, to make sure that the girls are doing what she wants them to do, and to exert control over Christine.
Christine said, it is really difficult to have David's parents here. They are intervening in my raising of the kids, and I have tried to step in, I've tried to intervene, and that causes a lot more friction.
It was never a husband and wife. It was always mom and son against daughter. Because Lenore wanted control. I kind of witnessed a couple of different things that were just a little off about her. I did notice that when the children were in the company of others other than Lenore, she would hurry up and grab them. It happened a couple of times. I would take the oldest daughter and swing her on the swings, and it's not a sense of jealousy, but it's the control factor. When she was seeing, she was laughing and enjoying herself. It's like she was watching and waiting. And all of a sudden it was scooped up like, okay, you're having way too much fun. We can't have this. That happened more than enough times. Chrissy had no say. It became a war. It became a battle to make a decision. Anyone can only take so much of that fight. And when you're fighting a team, there is no winning. There is no compromise.
Lenore, feeling more emboldened with each passing day, began to tread into deeper waters. She inserted herself directly into one of the most personal and contentious disagreements in David and Christine's marriage: the treatment of their middle daughter's autism.
Lenore had a lot to say about what they needed to be doing for the middle child. They wanted to try magnet therapy and some other kinds of stuff, and David wanted to take her to somewhere in Canada to get this specialized treatment because it wasn't FDA approved. And she said, absolutely not. If it's not FDA approved, we're not doing it.
I know that David thought that you could cure autism with goat's milk. So my sister was put on a special diet of goat's milk and organic foods.
And that created friction because David was kind of siding with Lenore about these special things they wanted to try to cure autism. And Christine was just saying, no, we need to decide this as a couple, and without Lenore inserting her opinion in. And that created a lot of problems in the marriage.
Sadly, Christine was not the only one dealing with the fallout of David's loyalties. Up until Tom and Lenore moved in, Katie always felt like a full-fledged member of the family. David had always been so kind to her and treated her like she was one of his own. Now, with Lenore creating dividing lines within the family home, Katie finds out the hard way that she and David are not on the same side.
I remember getting in trouble a lot more for everything, like every little thing. I was always in my room, and David would make me write sentences. I will not talk back, or I will not touch this, or whatever I did, I had to go up to my room and write it 500 times before I could come back down.
Katie told me that there was an incident where she was sitting on the couch, and the oldest child was about 18 months old.
My sister was probably getting a lot of attention because she had finally learned to walk, and I was not getting any. So I just tripped her when she walked by, and I got sent to my room. When I went up to my room, Dave came up with me, and he told me not to touch any of his kids ever again.
David told her, if you touch my kids again, I'll throw you out this window.
I honestly put the majority of this blame, in my opinion, goes to Lenore. I think once she got in there and once she was able to get her claws physically on David, Lenore constantly fed Dave bad thoughts all the time. She was a cancer in Dave's head, and it kept festering and festering and festering and festering. Forced a wedge between Katie and Dave. How do you break the spirit of a child? Makes no sense to me.
I remember being scared. He was standing over me, and he was probably like 6'4", like he was big. I was little.
I don't think that Lenore has ever viewed Katie as part of the family. So she sees this as her opportunity to permanently get rid of Christine and Katie and slide in as the girl's maternal caretaker.
One time, my mom and Dave did go away on vacation, and when they came back, Lenore had said that I was causing problems the whole time that they were gone. She said that I had told her to shut up and that I was lying about it and that I stole one of her chapsticks. I was probably 8 or 9. None of it was true.
So there was a lot of picking on Katie, and then Lenore told Katie that she could no longer call her grandma. She was no longer her grandma. She was to call her Lenore in the house, and I do believe Lenore wanted her gone.
And that's when it became clear to me that, like, I was not a part of that family.
Christine remembers this incident all too well and confides in Chris Barish about how difficult things had gotten with Lenore.
A lot of problems had ensued when his parents had lived there. At one point, his mother was accusing my oldest daughter of being a liar and stealing things from her. And my daughter said she didn't do it. And even when my daughter swore she didn't do it, I said that we should try to write some kind of apology letter anyway to clear it up. So she did, and Lee said, I won't accept this because you're a liar.
Christine and I were close, and so I just said very frankly, there's something going on that you're not telling me, because Katie's had an extreme emotional change. And that's when Christine said, Lenore's been mean to Katie, and I have tried to step in. And she said, I told Lenore that no child deserves to be treated like that in her own home. And Lenore did not take that well.
Lenore's constant attempts to seize control of Christine's family are clearly taking their toll. The incessant undermining and conflict is turning the Matusiewicz home into a war zone. And Tom isn't helping to downplay that feeling.
Tom had brought us a collection of pistols and rifles and had a gun cabinet there.
Tom had a lot of guns. When you would walk down to the basement, there was a gun safe at the bottom of the steps, and it was so full that it didn't actually shut. My mom, I don't think she particularly liked guns, but nothing she can do about it.
Christine, she had said at one point, Tom was always the nice one. Tom was the one that was the nicest to Katie, and then all of a sudden it changed.
One day, my mom went down to the house to pick up the girls or drop them off. David was there, and Tom and Lenore.
Christine is in the middle of dealing with the kids amongst an errand-filled day when Tom asks Christine to have a one-on-one conversation outside, in private. Christine tells him that she just doesn't have time to speak right now, and they'll have to do it another time. She never could have anticipated what would happen next.
When David left the room, Tom grabbed my mom by her arm and dragged her out back through the sliding glass door in front of all of us. He was yelling at her, and I followed her outside crying.
That really shocked her, and that happened. She's like, it's not safe here.
I think that's when she decided to get divorced, and she's worried about her daughters, and she was very protective. Everybody says they were protective of the girls, but she really was. She didn't want anything to happen to them.
It's the end of August 2007, and Christine and David have been separated for close to a year. Christine and her daughters are saying goodbye to summer and preparing for the start of the new school year.
I remember we went to the park, and we spent a weekend together. It was like a normal weekend.
David tells Christine that him and his mother want to take the kids to Disney World. And they had gone the year before without any problem. And Christine wants her daughters to have a relationship with their father. And she doesn't object to it in any way.
Christine is happy that the girls are excited for the trip, but being away from them for so long isn't easy.
So, they went on vacation, and Christine called the oldest daughter for the first couple nights and talked to her.
It is on one of these nightly phone calls that Christine's daughter tells her that she is really tired. When Christine asks why, the girl's response is immediately unsettling.
She told her oldest daughter that she would call her. And the daughter was crying and saying that they had been in the car for a long time and they weren't at Disney World yet.
Christine's heart drops. David, Lenore, and the girls were supposed to be flying to Florida.
And so she would become more and more worried. And she said, I have been calling and I can't get a hold of David and Lenore. It just went to voicemail.
She's calling around looking for her kids. They're nowhere to be found. Christine had a feeling something wasn't right. A mother's intuition. I don't have that, but I can only assume that, something's wrong.
Christine has watched David's entire personality shift, day after day since his parents moved in with them. At this point, he was no longer the caring and loving husband she married, and Christine is starting to wonder if she's underestimated just how much he's changed and what he is truly capable of.
My mom started to panic. This was their dad. Why would he take them?
She had no idea what was about to happen to her life, in their lives.
And she said, Jenny, I don't think the girls are coming back.
We knew the outcome could not be good if we don't find him and find him as fast as we can.
And Christine said to me, they're supposed to be on a plane.
You definitely got a kidnapping now. He had no plans to come back.
David had upwards of $1 million in cash.
Having that type of upbringing really causes you to develop some sense of entitlement.
She was the one who was in control of Tom. Didn't realize how much she was in control of Dave.
Thomas and Amy weren't concerned about him. At that point, it was all hands on deck. We knew we had a needle in a haystack type case.
It's September 8th, 2007, and Christine Belford is living her worst nightmare. Her 3 girls were due home 2 days ago from a trip to Disney World with their father and grandmother. But communication with her ex-husband, David Matusiewicz, has gone radio silent. Every second feels like the girls are slipping further and further away. Christine knows that she might come off as paranoid or hysterical, but she believes to her core that something isn't right and her girls are in danger. Pacing around her empty house isn't helping to bring her daughters back home. So Christine decides to turn to the Newcastle Police Department.
911, what's your emergency?
I'm Jeff Schreiner. I was the missing persons detective for Newcastle County Police. When I was on the phone with Christine, the tone of her voice, the way she came across, she was very concerned. Being involved in these before, of parental fighting between divorced parents, I didn't go overboard. They were supposed to be back on a Sunday, and now we're like into Tuesday and Wednesday. It really didn't cause alarm to me because I'd seen these cases before. The father either broke down or sometimes they like to be a little spiteful and just not bring them back on time. But you could tell in her voice she thought something was wrong.
At this point, Christine and David have been living separately for 8 months. Christine's focus has always been to put the children first and find a family structure that works best for them.
I'm Timothy Hitchings. I am Christine's lawyer. Christine wanted them to co-parent. She wanted the children to live with David part of the time, with her part of the time, for them to be able to work as a team as parents, even if though they could not be a team as husband and wife.
However, the divorce proceedings could take a while, and there needs to be a temporary plan in place for parenting the girls. Christine has been through a divorce before and knows that stability and consistency are of the utmost importance for children during these difficult transitions. David, however, is more focused on punishing Christine for filing for divorce in the first place.
David wants to make Christine hurt the way that he has been hurting over the past couple months. So he wants to exert the ultimate control over her and punish her as much as possible.
David wanted to make all the decisions and without her input. We had a mediation in March of 2007 to discuss who was going to have temporary custody or interim custody of the children. He wanted to make all the decisions, and she didn't want to fight him at that point. So she agreed at that point temporarily to let him make the decisions.
After filing for divorce, Christine and Katie had moved in with Christine's grandmother. She needs to find a permanent residence before she can have the girls come to live with her part-time. And on top of that, she needs to find a new job.
David fired her from her job at his clinic at a time in her life when things weren't going really well. Her goal was to eventually get on her feet financially. And then once the court would rule on the ultimate custody determination, then she would be able to have a decent home where she could live and have the children live there part-time with her. That was her goal, and that's what she was working towards.
It was clear to Christine that David wasn't taking the divorce well, but it's not unusual for divorces to become contentious. No matter how measured and mature Christine is during the custody negotiations, David is constantly trying to find ways to undermine her parental rights.
To give you an idea about control, I said to Chris, I said, since the children are living with him, the only thing that's fair for you to pay him some child support. Now, it wouldn't be very much because he made a lot more money than she did anyway. So I said, here's an estimate about what you can pay. And so she wanted to send him a check. She sent him a check, and we got a response from his attorney saying he didn't want money. He didn't want money from her. And you see this every once in a while in custody disputes where a parent wants to have control over the children through the custody process, and they'll say, I don't want the money, I just want the kids. But the way the law is, you don't pay for the right to have your kids. And that's what effectively he was doing. He wanted to make all the decisions and have the kids live with him all the time.
Christine's stepmother, Eileen McDermott, can remember the palpable tension during this time. David wasn't the only one driving this aggressive custody stance.
I don't think that Lenore liked the idea that they were divorced. That was a big no-no. The idea that they now are fighting for custody for the children, which, in their opinion, that Christine should never have custody of the kids. Lenore wanted Dave to have sole custody. She did not want him to share those kids with Christine.
Christine is an open book with authorities about the downfall of her marriage and the events that led up to the Disney World trip. She spares no details, revealing the escalation in David and Lenore's behavior that has led her to believe that this is an emergency situation. Authorities are moved by her story and a sense of urgency. Detective Schreiner agrees that something is off.
She helped sell that there was something, could be more than just dad playing a game with his ex-wife. So I just started looking deeper into it. I went out to the neighborhood down in Middletown, Delaware, where they lived. And obviously, there was nobody home. I started talking to some neighbors. And neighbors were telling me some interesting stuff as far as that back in June. Now, this is August into September.
The home that David and the girls shared was nestled in the heart of a small suburban neighborhood. The kind of street where kids would ride their bikes and everyone would get together for barbecues in the summer. People can sense when something is off with one of their own. Routine is king in the suburbs, so even little changes with one of the residents can be picked up by the community. Journalist Chris Barish recalls some of the subtle oddities that neighbors had picked up on during the lead up to the family going missing.
Neighbors wondered why the pool wasn't running, and they saw furniture being moved out of the house.
This is a small community, and the people all knew each other. There was no indication of where they were going, if they were selling a house. There was no for sale sign outside the house, so the neighbors couldn't understand why they were moving. At least one of the neighbors said to me they found it unusual that in the middle of June, and it gets warm in the middle of June, that their fireplace would be billowing smoke. Very, very unusual.
Christine's concerns are starting to gain traction. Investigators are finding puzzle pieces that match her narrative. The investigators need to gather more evidence, though, before they can say for sure that the Matusiewicz girls are officially missing.
We've started going through what I needed to do, an investigator pulling banking information. I'd spoken to Christine's attorney, Tim Hitchens, and Tim alerted us to a home equity line of credit that Christine's name was forged on.
David refinanced the house to take all of the remaining equity, $249,000, out of the house. He was able to get a notary public to accept a signature that he or somebody under his direction had forged of Christine Belford's name on that mortgage application.
And while Christine is entitled to that money just as much as David is, he is now the one on the run. With almost $250,000, it is becoming clear to law enforcement that David sees this as far more than an extended vacation.
All that combined with that information that I was starting to develop, I eventually was able to get enough information to go to the prosecutor. Everything showed it's more than just him not coming home in time. Now that I have established a crime, I was able to then obtain a search warrant for the residence in Middletown, Delaware, in September 2007.
Investigators are hopeful that the family home will have clues that will give them some indication of where David and Lenore are heading. But they'll soon learn that nothing with the Matusiewicz family is ever so simple.
As soon as we pulled up, you look in the back was a swimming pool. It was all green. There was a car, I believe it was a Chevy Impala. It was backed in towards the garage door, didn't have any license plates on it. The house, for somebody who's an eye doctor, was very disheveled from the outside alone. Once inside, it was pretty much vacant. There was some trash in the kitchen trash can. There was a little bit of furniture in the center of the living room, but it was pretty cleaned out. There was just a bunch of trash.
The Matusiewicz house, which had once been the bustling home to 8 people, is now silent and eerily empty. Investigators walk into each room, finding exactly what they found in the room before: nothing. It was clear the family had no intention of returning to the house in this state. But so far, there is nothing to explain why they left. Until something in the living room catches Detective Schreiner's eye.
The most interesting thing I found is when I went to the fireplace. And it was nothing but ashes, except the only thing that did not burn was David and Christine's divorce papers. There was something bitter with this, really bitter now.
Detective Schreiner is grateful for this one piece of evidence that points to a potential motive for David and Lenore skipping town. But if David and Lenore left town because of the divorce, Detective Schreiner still has no evidence telling him where they were heading. The family seems to have vanished into thin air. With Christine completely in the dark, detectives turn to the only other people who might be able to help find David and Lenore.
I reached out to Thomas. I could never track him down, so I actually left my number for him to call me. Eventually, he did call me. I spoke to him. He seemed overconfident in himself, kind of cocky, like, like I'm smarter than you type deal. His answers were really vague. He didn't know when they were coming back. A lot of didn't knows, and he had no concern at all about where his wife, son, and grandkids were. So that is a red flag that, he had my number. He could have called me 1,000 times, as a concerned grandparent.
Detectives know that time is precious, and with Tom suspiciously unhelpful, they turn to the only remaining Matusiewicz who might be able to help them.
We drove over to New Jersey and met Amy face to face. Amy was not nearly as brash. She was kind of the opposite of Thomas. Amy was trying to be more down to earth and more friendly, I guess you could use that term. Amy and Thomas are so vague. And again, they both had my numbers. If they even were concerned, you'd think they would call the lead detective looking for their family members. They never once called.
Detectives have a gut feeling that Tom and Amy know much more than they're letting on. Nobody denies that the Matusiewiczes are a tight-knit family. But are they close enough to commit kidnapping together?
Tom was a puppet. If Lenore told him to jump, he would say how high. And that was even in company. Even before any of that. She was the one who was in control of Tom. Didn't realize how much she was in control of Dave.
We're used to hearing that people say family's number one, that's the most important thing. Well, it's not the most important thing. What's right and what's wrong is the most important thing. And if families engage in wrongful conduct, they're doing wrong, and that's not a healthy family.
The Matusiewicz family didn't wake up one morning and decide to abduct the 3 girls. This is looking more and more like a carefully calculated conspiracy. But how did it come to this? Looking back one generation earlier, it turns out David is not the first to be crowned the family's golden boy. And Dr. A.J. Marsden believes this winding road weaves all the way back to the birth of the original.
Tom's dad had been married to another woman and had 2 children with another woman. She unfortunately passed away, and then he married Tom's mother, and then they together had Tom.
Jill Matusiewicz is the daughter of Tom's stepbrother. Her father did not have fond memories of his childhood with Tom. He confided in her that his upbringing took a dramatic turn once Tom entered the picture.
Tom was the favored son because the others were stepchildren. So the stepmother came in and took over the household, and my grandfather allowed his children to be pushed to the side when Tom came along. The sun rose and set on Tom.
It seems that Tom was born basking in his parents' light, leaving his step-siblings in a cold shade. Tom's status within the family would quickly reach truly bizarre extremes.
My dad and his sister were moved into the unheated attic to the point that their blankets would freeze to the wall in the winters.
And here's the weird part. Thomas was the only one that got Christmas presents on Christmas Day.
They were allowed to get up very, very early in the morning and play with the toys that were there for Tom. But as soon as he got up, they were pushed aside because those were Tom's toys.
There's favoritism, right? And showing one child maybe that you prefer them or you like their sense of humor more. And then there's favoritism to this degree, where they were literally ostracizing the older 2 children. Having that type of upbringing really causes you to develop some sense of entitlement. Tom's parents have always thought that he's perfect. Everything that he's done has been wonderful. So in his mind, anything that he does from this point forward is also going to be wonderful. He can't do any wrong.
That mindset would go on to influence most major decisions in Tom's life throughout childhood into his adult years. Lenore's upbringing couldn't have been more different. She didn't like to speak about her childhood, but it's clear that growing up, her home life was severely unstable. Lenore's daughter Amy recalls the hardship her mother dealt with early in her life.
My mother, Lenore, was sexually abused by an uncle as a young child, and she did not disclose that to her mother, my grandmother, until she was in her 30s.
So I think that really affected her later on in life, and that strong sense of family comes first, and I have to protect my family, and I have to keep them safe.
Tom and Lenore started dating in high school. Although they come from different backgrounds, they are instantly drawn to each other. Tom is searching for a partner who will make him the center of their universe. Lenore saw Tom as a man with great potential, someone who can help her build the family she so desperately wants to protect and control. Tom and Lenore had a shared vision for the future from the very start. They knew their roles, and it was up to each of them to hold up their end of the bargain.
Tom's responsibility was providing for the children. Lenore's was taking care of the children. She had little odd jobs throughout the years. She would work at a Sunday school as a teacher. She'd be a teacher's aide, all this other stuff. But in general, her role was to take care of the kids. So they saw each other as compatible partners in that way.
Tom had many jobs, but he didn't hold on to them for long.
Tom had been in the Navy.
He was a bus driver for a little bit.
Tom was a photographer for a while.
He sold insurance.
He also worked for New Jersey Bell Telephone for a period of time.
He ended up working at the post office.
My dad always had like 3 jobs or 2 jobs at a time to try to help support us.
One day he came home and he was in an outfit for police officers. He just went to the police academy and became a police officer.
It wasn't like he couldn't get work. Tom thought he was better than he was, and it was hard to stay in jobs.
It's safe to say that Tom Matusiewicz was a bit of a jack of all trades and a master of none. Bob Romano recalls the 6 years he and Tom were brothers of the badge.
Tom and I graduated the Burlington County Police Academy in April of 1974. Tom was always saying that his wife was complaining that he wasn't making enough money because at the time we got hired, we were only making $8,050 a year. Tom and I graduated the Burlington County Police Academy in April of 1974. Tom was always saying that his wife was complaining that he wasn't making enough money because at the time we got hired, we applied for food stamps because he couldn't feed his family. He seemed like he had a lot of problems trying to support the kids.
My dad, unfortunately, he didn't make real great decisions with money. He was always like running out of gas, so we always had like gas cans in the car. We had like electricity turned off and, you know, didn't have like hot water and all that sometimes, and he didn't like pay the bills first. He went out and bought things that he wanted to buy instead.
Tom was a little frivolous. Apparently he bought a boat once that had a hole in it and he patched it up and he would take the kids out on this little fishing boat. I also know that Tom, he was really into guns.
He was always really enthusiastic about guns. And, you know, he would buy guns. I don't know how many he actually acquired, but we would go out shooting all the time. And like the one time, he bought a gun, a .44 Magnum, which was a big gun at the time because Clint Eastwood had this type of gun in the movies, and he brought it into work and was showing everybody. I mean, this is not a cheap gun. I know I couldn't afford it. And he finds the money to afford this gun, and then he's complaining that he can't feed his kids. So I could never get where his priorities were.
Tom will not be told what to do or how to live his life. His reckless disdain for authority puts his family in a constant state of risk. Unable to take a hard look in the mirror, Tom develops a deep resentment of the government. He feels that he was unjustly targeted and forced out of his public service jobs at places like the post office and police department. Tom's erratic behavior and lack of impulse control is starting to put a strain on his marriage. Lenore will not sit idly by as Tom makes a fool out of her and puts their family's future in jeopardy. It seems like only the unstoppable force can move the immovable object.
Lenore's a control freak. I think he was afraid of her, actually, because he just cowered down to whatever she said. And you could just see the way he spoke about her, that she was running the household. You know, he would say that, well, Lenore says I got to get another job. Lenore says I got to get more money. I guess he thought that was going to relieve his problems, the second job, but all it did was cause more problems.
Lenore can see the cracks in her family's foundation multiply with every one of Tom's new careers, new purchases, or new mistakes. She won't let anyone stand in her way when it comes to molding her family how she sees fit. Not even Tom.
Lenore absolutely was the dominant in their relationship, and Tom was extremely submissive to her wants. Not necessarily her needs, but her wants. With the exception, of course, of Tom having a career. But, you know, whatever Lenore wanted is what Tom jumped and did.
Lenore successfully entrenches herself as the shot caller in the Matusiewicz household. However, she knows this family needs a true provider. It's clear Tom is too unpredictable, too undisciplined. She needs someone who is able to take her direction without questioning her authority.
Lenore's behavior of getting what she wanted from those kids when they were children, you know, to a point. She seemed to be molding them when they were children. Although they were undisciplined, it was get mom this, do this for mom. So Mom got what she wanted.
As the children grew, Lenore's focus shifts more and more towards the family's rising star, David. A hardworking and studious young man, David is Lenore's last hope at securing her family's future. Lenore needs to do everything she can to make sure David doesn't fail in the same ways Tom did.
David was always very smart, like, was always reading a lot and, like, playing with chemistry sets.
David was very smart and odd at the same time. He didn't like to run and play normal, kids out in the woods at my grandfather's house. He didn't like that.
That's when the other kids were, riding bikes, doing the higher level education kind of thing. He was sent to drama club and, things like that, music and, things that, exercise your brain.
All the responsibility that Lenore had initially put on Tom, she started to put that on David. You got to do good in school. You got to get good grades. If you don't get good grades, you're not going to go to college. If you don't go to college, you're not going to get a good job and you're not going to be able to provide for the family.
I would say our parents definitely encouraged him. And with my brother, he was very intelligent to the point where he didn't have to do 2 years of college, that he had graduated a little bit ahead of time because he goes above and beyond.
David delivered on all of Lenore's hopes and dreams. He excelled in college and even purchased his own thriving optometrist practice. Her puppeting has been a resounding success. She wasn't thrilled when David and Christine got married because she didn't like the idea of anyone else having influence on her golden boy. But there was nothing more important to Lenore than David having children, and for that, he needed a wife. Nothing was more important than ensuring the Matusiewicz family would continue into the next generation.
So having grandkids in general is a joyous occasion, right? So any parent would be excited to have grandchildren. For Lenore, this is not only just the excitement of having grandchildren, her first grandchildren, but also David's grandchildren. So her favorite child just had children, and she's excited about that. So that throws this whole idea in Lenore's head that, okay, David has succeeded, he's taking care of the children, he's produced offspring.
Lenore's relentless desire for control over the next generation of the Matusiewicz clan has led directly to David and Christine's divorce. The court's decision to have the girls live with David until Christine can get on her feet has only given Lenore more power. And now, almost 11 months after their divorce was finalized, Christine realizes that Lenore will stop at nothing to keep her family under her reign.
We started pulling credit card information, and the last of anything we could find of his or the kids or Lenore Matusiewicz existing was in North Carolina, where they stopped and got fuel with a credit card. That picture was starting to get painted. It didn't take many strokes on the canvas to tell me we got a bigger problem.
David wasn't taking any chances and was covering all of his tracks. The money from the mortgage fraud would easily bankroll life on the run for a while. But if David wanted to disappear forever, he'd need a whole lot more.
It was also discovered he'd sold his practice. He'd sold his optometry practice to the optometrists who were working for him.
With the sale of his successful business, David's cash reserves have grown to a shocking and dangerous $1 million.
At that point, it was all hands on deck.
Definitely got a kidnapping now. He had no plans to come back.
It's not paranoia if you end up being right, which is a regret I think we all had, that we didn't 100% believe Christine.
David had upwards of $1 million in cash when he took off. I've had other cases that I had the idea where they may be going, or I had direction of travel or something like that. This one, I had nothing, plus a 2-week head start, plus our suspect with all this cash with him. We knew we had a needle in a haystack case.
Whatever was done, it tipped off David and Lenore.
I remember saying to him that the authorities were looking for him.
Just to bring him home, to come home.
After 2.5 months, the focus moved international. I could immediately see her reaction was just complete, total fear.
And that's when the reign of terror really started.
Detectives have just confirmed Christine Belford's worst fears. Her husband, David Matusiewicz, along with his mother, Lenore, have abducted the family's 3 young daughters with no intention of ever returning. With a fully stocked motorhome, $1 million, and a 2-week head start, David and Lenore are several steps ahead of the police and only becoming harder to find with each passing day. Christine's sister-in-law, Jenny Puglisi, is by her side throughout the investigation and shares the painful memories of watching as Christine struggled under the weight of her grave reality. Christine prays every day that she'll get a call that the girls have been found and they will finally be back in her arms. But she can't help but feel her heart drop when the phone rings. That this call won't be a reunion, but the confirmation of her deepest nightmare, that her daughters will never come home.
And that's when I saw her become concerned, because that brought that into her mind, like maybe David would harm the girls. And that became her biggest concern, was not that she would never see them again, but that they would kill them.
Local reporter Chris Barish was one of the first people in the media to make contact with Christine after the Matusiewicz girls went missing.
Christine knew David had resources. He had made like $500,000 in selling his business and the visa on the lam, and she didn't know where he could be.
Chris Barish continues to cover the case extensively and is able to conduct a sit-down interview with an open and vulnerable Christine. She issues a desperate plea to David for the safe return of her girls.
Do you fear for their safety? I mean, you feel that they're in danger? Or?
His idea of what's good for them and my idea of what's good for them are very different ideas.
Your one daughter's got autism. I mean, what?
I'm very concerned for her because, he was doing a lot of vitamin therapy and was looking into alternatives. He's mentioned intravenous chelation, which is, I don't understand it completely, but they do a lot of filtering of blood. And there was a case in New England where a child had died because the kidneys were not ready to handle this. And it's not a cure for autism, but other countries use chelation, usually in vitamin form, not in intravenous, not at someone that age.
No, they're not schoolable.
No, my daughter hasn't had her shots. If they're in another country, they don't have her full set of inoculations because he was concerned at one point that the inoculations were what brought on the autism in my other daughter.
Do you know if he took any of his weapons with him?
I don't know.
What's your message to him and to the kids?
Just to bring them home. To come home.
As the investigation stretches on, Christine's daughter, Katie Maffa, reflects on how everyday updates only intensified the fear that they might never see the girls again.
At one point, when they were missing, my mom had to submit a DNA sample because a baby had washed up in a box that they said looked like the youngest. I remember being scared because I knew that the youngest was never his favorite and he wasn't really interested in her from the beginning. So in my head, it made sense, right? Get rid of that one.
The missing girls are living in a state of imminent danger. What happens when one of the girls gets sick and Lenore doesn't believe in the medicine that will save her? What if the middle daughter's autism becomes an unmanageable stress in an already high-pressure situation? Or worse, what if David starts viewing the youngest daughter's life as disposable? With all they have risked, there's no telling how far Lenore and David will go to evade capture. Meanwhile, the Newcastle Police Department and Detective Jeff Schreiner are discovering that leads in this case are frustratingly thin.
In all my years as a detective or the missing person detective, I've never seen a case quite like this at all, you know. And again, I've had other cases that I had the idea where they may be going, or I had a direction of travel or something like that. With this one, I had nothing, plus a 2-week head start, plus they had all this cash with him.
Determined to make some headway in the case, Detective Schreiner starts from the beginning. He obtains David's phone and bank records, looking for any red flags or abnormalities that could point him in the direction of where David and the girls may be heading.
One of the things, we saw a very large purchase at a RV sales center down in Smyrna, Delaware. A 33-foot Winnebago RV was purchased, and we started pulling credit card information, and the last of anything we could find of his or the kids or Lenore Matusiewicz existing was in North Carolina, where they stopped and got fuel with a credit card.
But after that, David and Lenore stop using their credit cards, and their paper trail vanishes completely. With their main suspects completely off the grid, the chances of finding the children begin to fade.
And through those weeks, I would be getting calls from Christine, and it was really difficult trying to tell her we're working, but we don't have anything really to even offer at this point. And at that point, being so far behind, not having any idea where they may be going, I enlisted help of other outside agencies to help do the dive, to try to find them.
My name's William David. I was a Deputy U.S. Marshal running a fugitive task force in Wilmington, Delaware. It was a typical busy day, coming towards the end of the summertime in September of 2007. I end up getting a phone call from Detective Jeff Schreiner from Newcastle County Police Department. He explained the situation, the case that he had, and there was just something there that caused me some concern. Not so much about the fugitive case, because I had many years of working those cases. My concern was more for the 3 girls and what it meant for them to be missing and for their father to be accused of interfering with their lawful custody. And what did that really mean deep down, not just on the surface?
Bill David and the U.S. Marshal Service review the case fully. They need to be extremely thorough, as even the smallest details can potentially produce a lead. But with 3 young girls' lives at stake, and a few weeks already having passed since they were last seen, they know time is of the essence.
And I officially adopted the case into the Fugitive Task Force and poured all of our resources into trying to find David and the 3 girls.
Bill David realizes that his best bet in finding the girls might be turning once again to both Amy and Tom Matusiewicz, who have previously claimed that they have no information about the whereabouts of David, Lenore, and the girls. Bill David decides it's time to speak to Amy again.
We arrived at her home in New Jersey. She was very welcoming, invited us in. We spoke for probably 20 minutes. She was pretty convincing at the beginning that she didn't know where he was. Then I tried to press some of those emotional buttons, if you will, trying to explain to her that while she loves her brother and she wants to protect him, she also has 3 nieces that she needs to look out for and protect, that she will have to live with those consequences herself, because I firmly believe she knew where he was or where he was going. It was at that point that I saw some cracks in her facade, in her demeanor, and I thought I had her. I thought she was ready to break and tell me what I needed to know. And then very quickly, she composed herself, became a stone, and gave us nothing else. Interview pretty much ended at that point. We left. As an investigator, it's frustrating when you know that to your core, you know they've been in touch with him, they've been in contact with him, and that they're just lying to you.
And with Amy's interview doing little to aid the investigation, locating Tom proves even more difficult.
I never did interview Thomas. Early in the investigation, my partner and I went down to Smyrna, Delaware, which is where Thomas and Lenore had been living. And we watched the property for, a few days, didn't see any kind of movement, no lights changing in the evening, no cars in the driveway, nothing appears to change from day to day, which is a bit unusual. Shortly thereafter, we find out that Amy ends up moving out of New Jersey to Texas with their father, Thomas.
And while the timing of the move to Texas could be considered suspicious, Amy gives a simple, harmless reasoning for the relocation.
My husband has always wanted to live in Edinburgh, Texas, the day I met him. And he's had family that's been through Edinburgh, Texas, and they fell in love with the area. And he's always wanted to live there. And we finally just wound up moving. My dad wound up moving there, and then we wound up following after my dad did.
Even with the continued manpower of Bill David and the U.S. Marshals, the investigation continues to drag on for months with very little momentum.
I think my mom fully focused on finding them, like any mom would, the flyers. She had hired a private investigator at one point. She was just distraught.
Christine was beside herself. She said she couldn't even go into stores because she would just remember being with the girls. She couldn't watch a TV show with children in it. She thought maybe they were all dead. She just didn't know.
Christine's stepmother, Eileen McDermott, explains that despite the never-ending nightmare she was enduring, Christine kept pushing forward for the sake of her family.
The only reason that she stayed strong was because of those kids. That maybe one day I'm going to get my kids back again. That's the only thing that kept that woman going. Nothing else.
Christine's world is consumed by terror and fear, with only a fragile thread of hope that her daughters will be found safe. Meanwhile, the Matusiewicz family operates with cold, calculated precision, driven by a single goal: to keep the girls away from their mother. Bill David knows time is running out. If he has any chance of reaching the girls, he must act swiftly, before it's too late.
It was at that point that I'm trying to figure out how I can generate new leads. I need something else to work on. I need another avenue, another angle to take. Knowing that Amy was the weak link, I started focusing in more on her. I need to know if she is in touch with David, how are they talking? Are they communicating with an email, a phone call? What are they doing? How are they talking to each other?
Bill David receives permission to access Amy's phone records. His goal is to port through a mountain of dense call logs with the hope that he can catch David and Amy on a slip-up. It is tedious and meticulous work with no promise of success.
It was probably approximately 2.5 months into the investigation until I get a response off of one of the court orders. It's a needle in a haystack. I'm trying to find that one piece of information in about 200 sheets of paper that will be my next lead. And what that ended up being was a call that came out of Panama to Amy. To my knowledge, Amy doesn't have any friends in Panama. She has no business dealings in Panama. So that stood out to me. And when I started to do a little bit of research on that, it turns out to be a hotel in Panama.
That's when it all starts to click. Why would Amy be contacting a hotel in Panama when she has no friends or family there? Or does she?
That piece of information, there was potential that David and the 3 girls were in Panama.
So the investigation is starting to pick up. And so we knew we were on the right track.
We were doing everything we could domestically to find them with little to no success. After 2.5 months, the focus moved international.
Bill David and the U.S. Marshals have just received their first major break in the case. The new reality of the situation, however, quickly throws cold water on any excitement authorities may have had about this discovery. This means that David and Lenore are cunning enough to escape the country undetected. In their eyes, the Matusiewicz family has proven to be a bigger danger than they originally thought. And what's worse, the investigation has officially reached beyond their jurisdiction. Bill David contacts the Diplomatic Security Service, or the DSS, for assistance in what has now become an international manhunt.
Once I reached out to Diplomatic Security Services, DSS, I made the request of them to check out the location in Panama. The DSS agent was very upfront with me and let me know that they're not authorized to go out into the host country and actually perform those investigative steps, and that they needed to rely on their host country investigator that is assigned to them.
Both the DSS and the U.S. Marshal Service are powerless to take any legal action to advance the investigation. Their hands are tied, leaving them with no choice but to wait. Trouble is, the U.S. Marshals are trackers, hunters. They aren't comfortable just sitting on the sidelines and hoping someone else will do the job for them.
All this time, I'm fairly confident that David is down there, but I can't do anything about it. And that level of frustration was building. And again, there's absolutely nothing I can do. I'm having weekly phone conversations with my headquarters, my international branch. So I'm conveying this to the DSS agent, who is equally as frustrated that it's taking as long as it is, but that agent is far removed from seeing Christine and seeing the pain that's on her face and in her eyes.
Bill David is a hardened veteran marshal, but even he is struggling under the pressure of getting these girls home before it's too late.
As a parent, as a father, this particular case really struck a chord with me. Over the years, I got used to separating work from personal, because in this line of work, I see the worst of the worst. I see what one human being can do to another, and it's just not, it's not good. It's horrifying. This particular case involved 3 young little girls that had their childhood stolen from them by their own father. For David to do what he did to his girls, the 3 girls that he professes to love and want the best for, it wasn't about the girls. It wasn't about doing what's best for them. He did what he did out of pure control. And that was driving me so hard. And there were days where it was extremely frustrating. Things were thrown across the office frustrating, because I knew what this meant for the girls. I knew what this meant to Christine. And unfortunately, I had a bad feeling about what this Matusiewicz family was really doing with these girls.
Christine's anguish and Bill's frustration are left to linger in purgatory until Bill receives news from Panama.
An international investigator went out to do a proper interview to gather up whatever evidence there may be that would show that this contact was actually David reaching out to his sister and not some innocent happenstance.
At last, Bill David's investigation can move forward. However, he cannot have any contact with the international investigator prior to their operations. When Bill finally gets word that action has been taken in Panama, the results are devastating.
I finally got confirmation, and unfortunately, whatever was done in Panama tipped off David and Lenore. And they ended up fleeing out of Panama.
Bill David was right all along. He knew exactly where David and Lenore had been hiding, and they slipped right through his fingers. After all that time, the local authorities finally take action, and it's a sloppy investigation. The home that the Matusiewiczes left behind is eerily similar to the scene Jeff Schreiner found at the family's Delaware home. All that is left is empty rooms and scattered trash. David and Lenore are in the wind again.
I do not know what occurred that tipped them off definitively. My gut tells me the wrong person was interviewed. Someone close that either was untruthful with the investigator or David had a stronger relationship with that person that was interviewed. But whatever it was, David was tipped off that we knew they were in Panama.
However, there is a silver lining. Panamanian authorities are able to provide some interesting details about how David, Lenore, and the girls were living while in the country.
David purchased the home in Panama, so they were established and comfortable in Panama for probably over a year. But he still had the RV, had it packed and ready to go at a moment's notice, and he always had an escape plan. He kept that RV ready to go in the event that that day came, which it did. And unfortunately for us, we were behind a couple of steps and he was able to get in that RV and leave.
With the operation in Panama a failure, Bill David needs to regroup and push forward. He won't let one setback stop him from doing everything he can to bring the girls home to their mother. Bill has learned that David is looking to put down roots. He was settling down in Panama, so wherever David lands next, he will probably be there for a while. The other piece of intel Bill learned from the Panama investigation is that Amy was the one who led him there. David was using Amy to his advantage, and it was time for Bill to do the same.
This particular case involved an entire family. They were making concerted efforts to keep the children away from their mother. But I don't want to interview Amy again because I know she's not going to be truthful with me.
And unbeknownst to Bill David and the rest of the U.S. Marshal Service, their hunch about Amy couldn't have been more justified. Here, she recalls actually receiving a call from David while they were on the run.
Real David, I remember my brother calling me once. I know we just talked, and I said to him, I remember saying to him that, the authorities were looking for him. And I told him he needed to come home. And everybody was, like my mom and my nieces and them. And, he put my niece on the phone and I talked to her and asked her how she was doing. I missed them. And, just kept it light, but I don't know. Yes, the authorities are looking for you.
But with no proof of Amy's correspondence with David and Lenore, Bill David must continue digging. He pores over Amy's call logs and now has access to her financial documents. He's trying to tie anything back to David and the girls' potential new location. That's when a strange transaction catches his eye.
And I end up sorting through a ream of paper. Again, I find a RE/MAX realtor being contacted because I see Amy is reaching out to the Bank of Montreal to facilitate a wire transfer down to Nicaragua. Now I'm pretty confident that Amy is facilitating another purchase.
Bill David begins to develop the theory that David, Lenore, and the girls are planning on renting or purchasing a property in Nicaragua with Amy's assistance. But based on the previous failings of the Panama investigation, Bill David knows this may be his last chance to catch David and Lenore off guard. If they fail to apprehend them this time, David may realize that Amy is the leak and go dark, leaving investigators with a cold trail.
I don't know what was said to the foreign investigators to get them to move kind of quickly. That investigator went out, conducted the interview with a RE/MAX agent, which is precisely what I wanted done. And from that interview, got the piece of property that David had purchased, went there, did a covert surveillance, put eyes on David, put eyes on Lenore, and more importantly, put eyes on all three girls. Then developed a plan.
On March 19th, 2009, over a full year since the girls first went missing, a covert operation is put in place by Nicaraguan authorities to recover David, Lenore, and the girls.
They watched David leave with the oldest daughter. He was driving a pickup truck, taking her to school. They end up stopping the truck, arresting him, recovering the one child. They then have a team that goes back to the RV. They arrest Lenore and recover the other two children.
Approximately 19 months into this investigation, and I get a call on my cell phone from our detective who's assigned to the Marshal's Task Force, also working this case, that they have a location for the family in Nicaragua. They were requesting me to go out to Christine's house and tell her, and also get the first plane out to Nicaragua in the morning. And so myself, our detective, and the U.S. Marshal went out to her house to inform her we had found the children.
We arrived at Christine's house after 10 o'clock at night. She opens the door, and I could immediately see her reaction was just complete, total fear.
In an interview with a local news station, Christine describes this monumental moment in her own words.
About 11:30 at night, U.S. Marshals and the Newcastle County Police detective came to my door and ringing the doorbell repeatedly, knocking on the door, very excited. We found them. And when they told me they were in Nicaragua, I was quite surprised.
The children's mother reported them missing, and over the years, law enforcement have determined Matusiewicz got away in an RV with his mother, Lenore. The three girls were found safe and reunited with their mother, something a Newcastle County missing persons detective had promised would happen.
Told the mother that I'm not going to give up, so what we did.
Christine's daughter, Katie, vividly remembers the night she found out her sisters had been located.
I was laying up in my room, my mom was downstairs, and somebody came and was knocking on the door. And from upstairs, you could see the front door. So I was sitting at the top of the steps, and they were like, "We found them. We need to get you on a flight." So my mom booked her flight, and I went to my grandma's house, and off she went.
Chris Barish is the first person from the media to have a one-on-one interview with Christine upon her return home with the girls.
Well, tell me about just, seeing them and what that was like.
It was great. It was so exciting. Of course, I was crying. More shocked. He kept coming over to touch me and make sure that I was alive. He said, "I'm just so glad you're alive. I thought you were dead. I can't believe you're alive."
Now, where did you meet with them?
In the immigration office in Nicaragua, which was a pretty poor little detention center.
Mm-hmm.
David was on the other side in essentially a cage. It's not like our justice system here. It was pretty rough.
And then he was trying to talk to you at the same time and tell you to...
He did. He had been knocking on the door. I didn't realize he was over there. Apparently they didn't want me to know that so I wouldn't get turned out. But at some point it came up in conversation. He came over to the little fence part.
You talked to him?
I just said, they'll be just fine. And he said, I know they will. And that was it.
Did they talk about what their life was like?
Apparently when they went to Panama, they had a pretty nice house. Nicaragua was very poor, so I think that about that time they get Nicaragua's fortunes to change. Was washing the clothes for the family by hand. The running water was spotty. They didn't have very much food or anything.
I was provided photographs of the living conditions where David and Lenore and the 3 children were staying. And what it simply was a plot of land, maybe no bigger than 1/4 of an acre, plot of land out in the middle of nowhere where they had set up the RV. It was a complete mess. Sink was full of dirty dishes. There were clothes everywhere. Just bedding laying all over the beds and the floor. It was just a complete mess.
And after all the horror of the past 19 months, the sleepless nights, and the constant worry, Christine Belford is finally reunited with her children.
I was just relieved finally. After 19 months, to finally have the kids back with their mother, that's why we as a group are working so hard, and we met our objective.
Bill David has David and Lenore Matusiewicz immediately extradited from Nicaragua and brought back to the United States to face trial for the kidnapping of the 3 girls. With David and Lenore in custody, Christine can finally rest easy. Little does she know, while one nightmare may be over, another is just beginning.
They were gone for a long time. My sister spoke Spanish when she came back. They were disheveled and hurting. I was scared of them because I always thought David and Lenore were going to come back and try and take them again. I was scared to be in the house with them.
So on December 22nd, 2009, it was less than 2 weeks after he's sentenced to 4 years in prison, he emails Amy and says, "No more Mr. Nice Guy, it's time to take the gloves off." And that's when the reign of terror really started.
I wasn't ruling anything out. Everything was in play with the Matusiewicz family.
When my mom did finally bring my sisters home, they didn't look like my sisters.
Amy and Tom still have the means to move about freely. They still had 2 people on the outside.
They had launched this coordinated campaign to tar and feather Christine.
They're basically saying that she molested her children.
The Matusiewicz, in terms of their tactics, were way ahead of their time. In many ways, they were pioneers.
I knew the Matusiewicz family, this case is never going to go away.
David and Lenore Matusiewicz are in police custody. Christine's daughters are safe at home with her. It would seem that everyone involved in the horrific kidnapping is exactly where they belong. Sadly, the Matusiewicz girls do not return in the same state they left. Their sister, Katie Moffa, and aunt Jenny Puglisi can still remember the shock they felt upon their reunion.
When my mom did finally bring my sisters home, they didn't look like my sisters. They were skinny. They looked dirty. They had haircuts that Lenore had given them, so they all had a mullet, each one. They just didn't look like them.
The oldest child was always kind of a roly-poly little kid. Big round face, chubby cheeks, full of energy. She'd lost at least 30 pounds. So think about what 30 pounds looks like on a 6 or 7-year-old. So she was really emaciated. The middle child was always super thin anyway, but when she came back, her hair was sort of cut funky off of her face, and her teeth were abscessed, and you could tell that her mouth was swollen and she had swelling in her jaw. And then the little one, she had the worst case of pink eye, I think, that I have ever seen. I mean, in both eyes. She was skinny as well. She looked completely different to me. I would not have recognized the little one if I'd seen her on the street.
David's cousin, Jill Matusiewicz, sees a familiar pattern in the way David and Lenore cared for the girls while on the lam.
I found out that the 3 girls, when they were found, were basically unkept. I was not at all surprised. And it brought back memories of Lenore's kids when they were small. I didn't find it all that hard to believe on the part of Lenore, and of course she raised David.
In South America, Lenore tried to turn back the clock and recreate the strange family structure that was in place during David's childhood. However, Dr. A.J. Marsden explains that this time, David was in Tom's role, and the eldest daughter was now the new David.
Lenore promoted David basically to second in command. Their ideologies match better than her and Tom's ideology. So now they can go to Central America and raise the girls the way that they feel is the best way to raise the girls.
Christine's stepmother, Eileen McDermott, can see how David's own upbringing influenced the treatment of his oldest daughter.
Lenore and Dave forced the oldest girl to become the adult in the relationship of the siblings. So I think that comes from Dave being very much in charge of Michael and Amy when they were children, and the role kind of went to the eldest.
Which is interesting because that's the same dynamic that he grew up with, right? He was the oldest, he was the favorite child. So for him to do the exact same thing to his children just tells me that he thought that that was the right thing to do, that that's how families operated.
The oldest one was like his prized possession. I think the firstborn, and she looked the most like him. She looked like his family. She would take care of my other sisters, mentally, emotionally, physically.
I don't know why the Matusiewicz family was so enamored of the oldest child and not so much with the other ones, other than that the middle child had some special needs and wasn't perfect. And the little one was sort of at the tail end of the marriage, and maybe the oldest one embodied all that was good, and that he remembered, things were good when they had her. And I mean, it was the whole thing was about the oldest child. I just remember they were all huddled together. They stayed together, the 3 of them. It was very hard to get one to sit without the other ones right there. And it was very clear that it was the oldest one making sure that the little ones were staying with her.
Yeah, there's no doubt that the oldest probably needed therapy. When you ask your mom if it's okay to be a child, it's pretty crazy.
The severe impact of the kidnapping isn't just obvious to close friends and family. Newcastle PD Detective Jeff Schreiner and U.S. Marshal Bill David can see the toll this ordeal has taken on the 3 girls they worked so desperately to save. One detail in particular highlights the psychological torment inflicted upon the children.
First part of the investigation was we learned that David had told the children that their mother committed suicide.
The mental anguish that these girls must have been under when overnight they're torn away from their mother and they were with David and their grandmother full time was because Christine was dead. The roller coaster of emotions that those girls went through, only to find out 19 months later that she wasn't dead.
Christine's lawyer, Timothy Hitchings, reveals that a psychological evaluation was ordered for the eldest daughter in order to assess the full extent of the lies that had been told to the girls.
When the children come back from the kidnapping, the oldest girl was thoroughly psychologically evaluated for any type of abuse she might have occurred or other types of psychological trauma she would have had. What she did say was her father told her that her mother had taken her own life and she'd never see her mother again.
Lenore wanted control. She did not want Chrissy to have any kind of relationship with her kids. You don't tell your children and your grandchildren that your mother died and committed suicide.
The reality sets in of these children are going to need some serious counseling. They're going to need some serious therapy.
With the Matusiewicz girls back in their mother's care, they now face the challenge of reacclimating to their former way of life. Meanwhile, David and Lenore must confront the consequences of their actions and deal with the legal ramifications of their time on the run.
Federal government, the FBI and the marshals were able to get federal charges for parental kidnapping for David. Now, Lenore's, they left her state felony charges. So David pled guilty to the parental abduction and the embezzlement of the $249,000. Lenore pled guilty in state court for the interference with custody felony charge.
These charges could mean years in state and federal prison, a dark and unpleasant future that would terrify most first-time offenders. However, journalist Chris Barish personally attended the sentencing and recalls with great detail a pair of steely, cold defendants.
Lenore, she sat at the defendant's table. She didn't look particularly disturbed by the situation she was in. She had nothing to say. Her lawyer spoke for her. She was very just placid, didn't look flustered, almost like satisfied with herself. David came in, he was actually, for a defendant, he looked really good. His hair was blonde, he was tan, he was dressed fairly well, he wasn't in a jumpsuit or anything, but he was placid as well and didn't look bothered by it at all.
I did attend David's sentencing, and he was very matter-of-fact. There was little to no remorse in what he did, and in fact, I believe, if memory serves correct, the judge even made mention of that there didn't appear to be much remorse. While he entered a plea, he didn't take it to trial. He received the acceptance of responsibility break, so to speak, but there wasn't a whole lot of remorse. And I think it's because David just felt like he didn't do anything wrong.
In December 2009, Lenore is sentenced to 18 months in the Delaware State Prison for her role in the kidnapping. David is sentenced to 4 years in a low-security federal prison, to be followed by 5 years of probation.
I was shocked that Lenore only got a year. I thought that both of them should have got at least 4. It was great that they were in jail to begin with, just to let them know that they can't get away with it because of how pompous they became.
When I heard their initial sentence, one of the things I thought was, this case is never going to go away. Through knowing the Matusiewicz family, investigating them for 19 months, I wasn't ruling anything out. So everything was in play with the Matusiewicz family.
I also knew in the back of my mind that this was just the beginning of a battle. Because they're not ones to be defeated. They're not ones that are going to put down the sword and say, okay, I surrender. It's not happening.
Christine wanted to cut off all contact between David and the children. She felt that children were no longer safe. If she had not terminated the parental rights, David would have the potential to have visits.
Christine and I talked about the termination of parental rights. One of the pushes for her to do that was that David wanted visitation. He wanted the girls brought to him in prison. And she thought that that would be very bad for them. She did not want to expose them to having to go to prison to see their father.
The trauma of seeing their father behind bars is one thing, but David's legal status as the girl's father posed a far more devastating threat.
He would have the potential to be able to go back into court, trying to get the kids back from her. She didn't want that. She had been willing to meet him halfway all the way until the kidnapping. He proved that he was unfit, and she wasn't going to have it anymore.
It's better to just sever this relationship than to let these children continue to be abused by these people.
And then in early 2010, we filed a petition for termination of David's parental rights. The rights were terminated in August of 2011.
He was upset about it because he would communicate through his attorneys that he was upset about it.
When Christine terminated his rights legally, and when the government agreed with this decision, that was the tipping point for David.
The Matusiewicz family knows that Christine and the United States government have won the battle, but they are focused on winning the war for control over these 3 little girls. David and Lenore are in constant contact with Amy and Tom, who have relocated to rural Texas in the hopes of starting a new family compound where they can live on their own terms and plan their next move.
Everything now is concentrated out in Texas. Amy is working out there in a hospital as an RN. Thomas is still living on this ranch that they purchased.
I'm Millard Greer. I was the state police homicide sergeant at the time this case occurred. The way the Matusiewicz were living in Texas was extreme. In communications, Tom described this place as his ranch. To me, it was a double-wide trailer that was in severe disrepair. The property was unkept. There were vehicles in the yard, a motorhome that looked like it hadn't been moved in quite some time. There were dogs that looked like they hadn't been well cared for. They had some livestock there, but it's not what I would envision as a ranch. It was a very unkept property, clutter everywhere. There was a large ammo loading station in a shed. Thomas Matusiewicz was making his own ammunition, loading his own bullets, thousands upon thousands of rounds of ammunition. Every type of handgun you can imagine, revolvers, semi-automatic, rifles, shotguns, ammunition for all of it.
So they have this network set up essentially, right? Lenore is in prison, David is in prison, but Amy and Tom are not in prison. So they still have the means to move about freely. They still had 2 people on the outside.
Up in Delaware, Christine is slowly learning how to reconnect with her daughters. Each day brings new challenges, but she is determined to pick up the pieces of her fractured life and provide a sense of stability for her family. As a single mother, she is enrolling the girls in school and even getting her career back on track.
They were in a new home, so it was all new to the children. They all had their own bedrooms. It was great. It was very important for her to make it as normal as possible.
She very quickly got a job at another clinic for more money, which I thought was interesting. So she was able to work full-time and support herself. And she felt pretty cool about that. That was a real affirming event in her life.
Of all the support she received, Christine found the most comfort in her local Catholic church. It had become a place of safe harbor for her throughout these many storms.
Christine was raised as an atheist. She converted to Catholicism in this marriage. Even after what David did, she continued going to the church because it gave her solace, and she was very active as a volunteer in the church.
And it was that place of refuge, that sanctuary, that the Matusiewiczes would target first. Christine began meeting with a therapist to help her cope during this time, and can be heard here discussing her faith and how much comfort it brought her.
I'm really good, and I think I've told you this before, in the moment of crisis, I'm great. A day later, I fall apart.
You said you grabbed the beads and you started praying.
Right.
What did you gain after that? Did you feel like you...
Calmer.
You okay?
Calmer. I happened to find a book about spiritual warfare. It's a very small little book. But it's prayers that are like, mostly like all these things about, please keep me safe, keep your guardian angel with me. And so that's another prayer book that I've been, because it's a lot about, my enemies and things like that, because they truly are enemies. There's no negotiating with these people. There's no rationalizing with these people.
Christine has found strength in her faith, along with the support of her friends and family. Yet the lingering threat of the Matusiewicz family continues to cast a shadow over her life. Then, they decide to strike where they know it will hurt her the most.
So one day, we're getting ready to have dinner. I get this random letter.
The letter is addressed to Jenny and family. It is a small white envelope with a plainly typed label. Inside, there are 3 printed pages in a neat trifold.
They're asking if we think that Katie was ever abused by Chris. They're basically saying that she molested her children.
There are only 4 Matusiewicz family members, and even with 2 of those people in prison, they are able to interfere with every single aspect of Christine's life.
The family had really launched this coordinated campaign to tar and feather Christine with the people she cared about the most. They sent letters to her work. They contacted Child Protection Authority. The family sent letters to the girls' school talking about the mother's inappropriate sexual contact.
It went everywhere. That was a constant stalking, a constant torture. They did and tried to do everything they possibly could to make it sound like she was the worst possible person in the world.
But the family didn't stop there. Prosecutor Ed McAndrew details that their scheme to ruin Christine's life takes an even darker turn.
So they create a website called A Grandmother's Impossible Choice. The impossible choice being, do I take my grandchildren away from their mother and leave my family behind and flee the country to save them from sexual abuse or not? And they put that out there and promote it to get their false narrative out there and to destroy Christine. Some of those allegations included things like Lenore claimed that Christine had actually poisoned Lenore prior to the kidnapping.
Christine opens up to her therapist about the serious allegations being made against her.
Lenore's accused me of trying to poison her. She actually filed a police report last year saying that we tried to poison her with a cup of tea.
One of Lenore's accusations is that Christine tried to poison her. Lenore's goal is to paint Christine as the ultimate predator, someone that is capable of seriously heinous acts.
It contains all kinds of allegations. The story became more complex, more rich in detail, more outlandish in terms of the allegations. Lenore would write, the oldest daughter, said Mommy told her about the G-spot and she had to do things to Mommy to make Mommy feel good. Lenore would write that Christine planned to sell David's 3 white, blonde, beautiful girls to pedophiles for $50,000 apiece. Or that the oldest daughter would start wearing 2 pairs of underwear anytime she was around Mommy.
Every sentence is bullshit, 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 bullshit. Like, I couldn't say that enough. One lie right after the other.
When I realized that lots of people had been getting the same letters, not the same letter that I got, but some version of it. Some people got copies of the website. Some people got handwritten letters. I mean, but they papered the town with them. I mean, just everywhere Chris went. They've put this out there for the world to see, and they're calling Chris a pedophile. They know that that's the worst thing that you can say.
I'd spoken to Thomas, it never came up. I spoke to Amy in person, that never came up. I even had, when Lenore was brought back by the marshals, I tried to sit down and talk to her, and she never brought it up. But now, all of a sudden, the court's starting. They're bringing up this allegation of Christine sexually abusing these children. If it would have been brought to my attention, sure, I would certainly have had to look into it. By law, I have to look into it, but it was never brought up to me.
Supposedly, the abuse had been going on for a long time. Never once had David ever said anything about that, and he had a whole hearing. That would have been the strongest thing he could have said about Christine. Allegations of sexual abuse, those are like the nuclear bombs in a custody case. You win the case if you can make an accusation like that and make it stick.
The consequences of these accusations could truly devastate Christine's life. Again.
There were all of these sort of outlandish allegations, and they would change over time. They would use websites, YouTube, and email, and regular mail to promote these lies.
Amy was behind the scenes, and Tom was the gopher. He did the running around. Amy did a lot behind the scenes. The emails, anything to do with the computers, she's all to blame.
There's also YouTube videos up, and those were the videos that had been posted about Christine supposedly dragging her daughter out of the street.
Amy posts this YouTube video of Christine with the girls, purporting to show Christine losing control of the girls and them running out on the street. I believe the essence of the YouTube page was this was a mother that had no control over her children. And this was part of the plan to show that she was an unfit mother. But all I saw was like Christine with a daughter who breaks away for a few seconds, and then Christine, I think, gets a hold of her, and it's nothing. It's really nothing. Their daughters were in no danger. No one was in any danger.
The vast and relentless onslaught of accusations begin to overwhelm Christine. There's no telling who might believe these claims or how much damage they've already done.
She said, I don't even know. There are probably people who, just like you, who got that letter and didn't tell me about it. God only knows how many people got these letters and didn't tell me about it because they don't want to hurt my feelings or whatever.
Christine had to deal with each of these as they came along. And it wore on her. And that led Christine to sort of step down from some group she was involved in with the church, saying, look, I'm sorry about this, there's nothing to it, but I really, I just think it's probably better that I just not be involved right now so that everybody's protected here.
She wasn't quite the same Christine that I had known in the years past. It was sort of, she got dulled down by it. So she was still best foot forward, best face forward, but you could tell she wasn't quite the shiny, energetic person that she had been. That was the biggest thing that you could tell. She was worn out.
The Matusiewicz's attack on Christine is proving successful as she begins to isolate herself and become increasingly paranoid. But the question remains, how are David and Lenore able to coordinate this intricate campaign from prison?
Just after David and Lenore were sentenced for the kidnapping, they went to their respective jails. Lenore began writing. She began writing the false narrative that would become the story that they would tell over and over and over again for years in an effort to destroy Christine and repossess the girls.
It was becoming clear that this was about more than just a custody battle over the three girls. It felt like a calculated effort to keep them away from their mother, no matter the cost. This was personal.
My gut instinct tells me that they were absolutely pawns, and Lenore was going to win the game of chess and have those children, whether they were kept or unkept, she was going to win that match.
Yeah, you neglected them. You just wanted to take them away from their mom so you could have them, but you didn't necessarily want to take care of them because they were disheveled and hurting. I mean, your teeth have to hurt when they're all rotted out, and you had to have known she had pink eye, right? You were an optometrist. The only reason I think they took them is so they didn't have to share them with my mom.
Lenore saw this opportunity to take over, to take control of the family, and she went in 100%. Lenore was still able to dictate her terms. She was still able to determine, okay, what's going to happen next? And that's when she came up with her grandmother's impossible choice. So she decided the best way that David would be able to get his girls back was to prove that Christine was sexually abusing them. Child abuse is a heinous crime. People don't like talking about it. Sexual child abuse is even worse.
Christine then became overwhelmed by all of the moving parts. And so this weight sort of came on her.
I think her friends rallied around them. I think her associates at work rallied around her. It was pretty clear she was the victim here, along with her daughters.
Beth Mulford was a good friend of Christine's. She helped out a lot, you know, just like normal, doing the dishes, laundry, that sort of thing, picking up around the house.
Beth Mulford is the type of person anyone would be lucky to call a friend. She doesn't hesitate when someone she cares about is going through a rough time. She knows that taking some of the day-to-day responsibilities off of Christine's plate will allow her more time to rest and heal. Others reach out to her online, offering Christine emotional support from afar.
There was somebody, a friend of David's. Cindy Bender reached out to my mom. She just wanted to make sure my mom was okay and check in on the girls. And they would send emails back and forth and pictures.
Because Christine is using the privacy settings on Facebook at that time, her account and the information in it can only be seen by her friends. Cindy's one of those friends.
Cindy Bender had grown up in the same town with the Matusiewiczes. She knew the family, or like Christine, she thought she did. They were both deceived and now see the family for who they actually are.
Whatever decision that Christine made, I was right behind her, 110%. I only got to visit a couple of times at the house. She would pop over every now and again. Constant phone calls. We would call each other all the time.
The letter campaign and website have been a small victory in the family's campaign against Christine. Even if only a few people believe it, they are seeding doubt in her ability to care for her children. In their minds, Christine is the lone obstacle standing in their way of complete control of the girls.
So if you could convince people that this happened to the girls, there was no way that they were going to give those girls back to Christine, and then Lenore and David would win. Even if the girls didn't go to Lenore and David, they would go to probably Amy. So it would still stay in the family.
Lenore believed that because Amy hadn't been charged with a crime related to the kidnapping, she would be chosen to care for the 3 young girls. Christine's parents weren't in a position to handle custody, and she doesn't have any biological siblings. Lenore feels confident that the courts would award the kids to Amy should Christine cave to the pressure of the defamation campaign and give up her parental rights, or if something were to happen to her.
So using this lie as her catalyst, Lenore was able to deploy Tom and Amy to do things for her, which is very cult-like. So the leader dictates the terms and then tells his or her minions basically what to do.
The Matusiewicz family structure is on full display as they mobilize their efforts against Christine. Each member has a specific role to play, but only one can be the top shot caller.
So there are a couple different cult dynamics that we see in this family. Lenore was the one in charge, and we see this in the way that she treats the other people in her family. We also see a serious restriction in the flow of information. All information had to go to Lenore. Lenore would then disperse the information to those who needed it. She would give them only certain information, so then that way her version of the truth was the version that they believed and the version that they wanted to help. So David, I would say, is at a higher level than Tom. She's more invested in him as a person than she is in Tom. She sees Tom as a tool, a means to an end to get the goal that she desires. But David is the one that needs to succeed in all this. David is the one that needs to come out on top because she sees David as her successor of the cult, right? The one that's going to take over the family.
Amy was the dutiful sister, daughter, and communicator. She really functioned within the conspiracy as sort of the communications hub.
So Amy is maintaining the website, she's sending out emails, she's doing those types of things.
We have to remember, this is in 2010 and 2011, not 2024. So websites were very different. The Matusiewicz, in terms of their tactics in using the internet to defame, to harass, to stalk, were way ahead of their time. In many ways, they were pioneers. This idea of harassing Christine online, through the mail, for everybody she knew, was first designed to get her to give up, to remove herself from the situation, maybe by suicide or maybe just to give them custody of the children. When that didn't work, they escalated.
It was time for the Matusiewicz family to expand their network.
This was about retribution. This was about vengeance.
She said that they were following her and had people watching her.
I don't know how you can have so many people manipulated into doing those things.
He'll never leave me alone. He will never stop.
I said, that's them. They're here.
David, Lenore, and the rest of the Matusiewicz family have gone to disturbing extremes to destroy Christine Belford's life and shatter her credibility as a mother. They've constructed an entire website dedicated to dragging her name through the mud, branding her as an unfit parent and a child abuser. They've sent letters to Christine's family, friends, colleagues, even her church, relentlessly attempting to destroy every facet of her life, all while David and Lenore remain behind bars. But despite their efforts, David's paternal rights have been stripped, and the girls remain in Christine's custody. However, David and Lenore's time in prison hasn't slowed them. Instead, they continue to bide their time, looking for any levers they can pull to unnerve Christine and threaten everything she holds dear. Psychologist Dr. A.J. Marsden discusses just how far David would go in his relentless campaign to completely destroy Christine's life.
With every tactic that David tried, the website, when that didn't get the reaction he wanted, whenever he tried something and was met with either resistance or was met with failure, he was going to escalate it to the next level.
Prosecutor Ed McAndrew has dealt with numerous cases involving spousal disputes, but none quite like what he saw with David and the Matusiewicz family.
David was a prolific communicator. When he was in jail, of course, he hand-wrote notes, letters to lots of people, including to Amy and his mother and his father. And one of those early notes is critical because it's the note where David says, let's get the website up. Let's run with the story. He wanted it up then, so it would hurt her the most. It would inflict the most emotional harm. And this idea of harassing Christine online, through the mail, for everybody she knew, was first designed to get her to give up, to remove herself from the situation. Maybe by suicide, or maybe just to give them custody of the children. When that didn't work, they escalated. This was about retribution. This was about vengeance. This was about annihilating Christine Belford for what she did in their minds, not just to David, but to their entire family. That's what this was about. The children were possessions. The children were pawns. The children were a way to inflict injury and pain on Christine.
Christine used her lawyers and the state government to strip David of his parental rights. And for the Matusiewicz family, there is no greater offense.
After David and Lenore were sentenced, I just felt that the case was never going to go away.
Detective Jeff Schreiner of the Newcastle County Police Department investigated David and Lenore's abduction of the Matusiewicz girls.
Christine would reach out to me every so often. And at that point, she started telling me about the weird things going on around her house. She said there were strange people driving past her house. And again, I understand as a police officer, especially she is a victim. They do get a little bit paranoid, and I understand that. But then she had made mention about a private investigator showing up, just all kinds of things.
Christine's sister-in-law, Jenny, was doing everything she could to support her during this time, knowing full well what the Matusiewiczes were capable of.
When she said that they were, following her and had people watching her, we thought it was weird that anybody would be following Christine. Why would anybody care what she was doing? And so it didn't sound reasonable. It sounded like things were just escalating. Christine would take Katie to the mall or take her out to eat, and she would bring her right back and say, someone's following us. And I don't want Katie with me because I'm concerned. I saw the same guy at the mall as I did here, and I brought her back. And that happened 2 or 3 times. And at that point, I thought, something's going on. I'm not really sure who's coming off the rails. To be 100% honest, I didn't know whether Christine was kind of seeing things that weren't there. Was she developing a paranoia? What was happening? I didn't know.
I didn't know how to take it, but on the other hand, too, at that point when she's calling me and Lenore and David are in prison, I was no longer a detective. I got moved to a different assignment. So I told her the best I could. I said, I'm not in that position anymore. If you feel that something odd is happening or fearful somebody's following you or stalking you or whatever, I said, call 911, get it documented. That's at that time, that's all I could do for her.
Christine is starting to feel her world closing in around her. She feels like the Matusiewiczes are waiting for her behind every corner. It is a constant and draining anxiety. Christine's stepmother, Eileen McDermott, remembers that time all too well.
Christine had no idea when it was coming. Every day she looked over her shoulder. Every day was a struggle to get out of bed and to continue to strive for her children. She didn't know what was going to happen.
Christine can step away from her church. She can shop at a new grocery store. But the one place she can't avoid, the place where she should feel safest, has become the space she feels most vulnerable. Her own home. Her daughter Katie recalls the first signs the Matusiewicz family had tracked down their new address after the arrest.
We would actually get cards in the mail from Amy for all holidays and the girls' birthdays. My mom wasn't in contact with anybody from the Matusiewicz family, but we started getting cards mailed to our address, which was scary because it meant they knew where we were.
Christine is beginning to crack under the pressure and considers it may be time to sell the house and relocate to a place where the Matusiewiczes cannot find them.
My mom put her house for sale because she kept getting letters and she just felt it was safer if we just left. We never talked about where we were going to go, just that we needed to get out of there.
And Christine is right to be worried. Because little does she know, she's not the only one who's been keeping tabs on her potential move. Delaware State Police Sergeant Millard Greer explains one of the first ways the Matusiewiczes used a person outside the family structure to carry out their bidding.
We learned that Betty Lou Griffith was a real estate agent in Middletown, Delaware. Betty Lou Griffith originally had sold Tom and Lenore a house in Smyrna, Delaware. Then later, while Lenore was incarcerated and David was incarcerated, Tom was able to get Betty Lou to drive by Christine's house, take pictures of cars that were in the driveway, being specific to get the tag numbers.
The Matusiewicz family is able to convince Betty Lou to risk her job and violate the terms of her real estate license by downloading interior photos of Christine's home from a private database used exclusively by real estate professionals to share information about properties. And while it is considered highly unethical and a fireable offense to share that information with outsiders, Betty Lou risks her livelihood to send photos from the database, along with the ones she personally took from outside Christine's home, back to Tom and Lenore.
I don't know how you can have so many people manipulated into doing those things, like the real estate agent. How did you enlist her and get her on your side to send you pictures of the inside of our home?
In recordings with her therapist from around this time, Christine opens up about the stresses of her day-to-day reality. It's abundantly clear she is at her breaking point.
They harass me from where they can. I feel like it's like I'm always dodging a bullet. I'm tired. I'm tired. I have to keep for the children and for myself. But for the children is my main purpose, because if I wasn't here, what would happen to them? But there's been times where I'm like, should I just give up the fight? And I'm like, I can't.
Right.
I can't. I've come too far.
So let's talk about that for a second.
Yeah, because it scared me.
What happens when you go to walk me through your darkest moment? When you are at that point and you're saying, I can't do this anymore, how close are you to possibly committing suicide?
No, I'm not close at all. I'm sitting on, because the next thing I know, I grab my rosary.
Right, so you start doing this, right.
You know what I mean? And I start praying, because I don't know what else to do, because my faith has taught me pray your way out of these situations. And it would be selfish of me to do that, because then they would be uprooted again, and who knows where the hell they would go. They need me, you know, and sometimes that overwhelms me, the need that I feel, because I don't have a big family and I don't have a lot of resources as far as, what I want to say, like,
support.
Yeah, that. But I've got to stay on track. So I just keep fighting and put one foot in front of the other.
I honestly think if it wasn't for her children, she'd be done. If it wasn't for, putting on a brave face for Katie. I mean, I know that Katie's seen a lot, and I know that she talked a lot to Katie and confided in Katie, but there's a sense of, you are my child, and I am your protector, and she kept her at arm's length as well.
In addition to therapy, Christine needs to depend on the support of her friends and family now more than ever.
I think at this point in Christine's life is she kept people where they needed to be. She didn't have the energy to go mingle. She didn't have the energy to go, hey, here, let's go hang out here and let's do that. There was none of that.
But luckily, Christine has one friend on whom she can rely on, Beth Mulford.
Beth Mulford, she was a neighbor to us, and she was the mom to one of my sister's best friends. She was sweet. She actually would come to the house and help me with the laundry and take me to school and help me get my sisters off.
And help comes in many forms. Cindy Bender's friendship came in the form of moral and emotional support. She reached out to Christine online after the kidnapping. Cindy would constantly check in with Christine about her struggles, the girls, and whatever was going on in her life. She was the listening ear, virtual shoulder to cry on. Or was she?
Cindy had befriended Christine online and expressed sympathy for her and explained that she had grown up in the same town with the Matusiewiczes, and it was really horrible what had happened. And as time went on, they maintained contact. I think Cindy even at some point sent some Christmas presents to the kids once they were returned.
My mom seemed to trust her, and she thought she was just being friendly.
But behind the caring exterior, Cindy Bender isn't who she says she is. Unbeknownst to Christine, Cindy's a mole, planted in her life for a far more sinister purpose.
What Christine didn't realize is that David had email access while he was in federal prison and had been communicating with Cindy Bender. David Matusiewicz was a high school sweetheart of hers. They had lost contact, but as she had problems in her marriage, they had reconnected years later. She communicated with him when he was incarcerated, and he had convinced her to send him some nude photographs of herself.
And she would feed David information, including information she was getting from Christine's private Facebook account, pictures of the girls, things they were doing, what was going on in Christine's personal life, all in an effort to feed David stuff that he could use in their stalking campaign.
David wasn't the only Matusiewicz that Cindy reported to. She would also send updates to David's sister, Amy.
Cindy Bender would send me pictures of my nieces. She would send me updates of my nieces. She would send me an update like how Christine was doing, if she had a new boyfriend or whatever. I basically sent that information, shared it with my family, pictures of my nieces. Who would want to see pictures of their grandchildren and their kids? No, I don't believe that was doing anything wrong, but I never asked Cindy Bender for any of this. He just offered this to me, gave it to me, and that was it. And I sent it to my mother and my father and my brother.
As time went by, David demanded more and more, and Cindy became resistant. She had patched things up with her husband. At this point, David threatened to tell her husband and show him the pictures that he had received, at which point Cindy Bender decided she had to come clean. She told her husband what was going on, and she told Christine. Christine immediately ceased all communication with Cindy.
I am baffled by this whole family's decisions. I cannot wrap my head around the fact that of 4 people, not one of them said to the other 3, "Do you think this is a little much?" In a group of people, not one of them said, "You know, I think we're going a little too far. Leave the woman alone." I mean, I do think that if they had stopped and been reasonable, Christine would have tried to meet them halfway. I can only talk from my experience. I'm the ex-sister-in-law. She divorced my brother. And Katie's like my daughter. And Christine never stopped me from seeing her. And so she never tried to alienate us from Katie. And I think had they just played nice in sandbox, Christine would have happily let them be a full, thriving part of those children's lives. But they didn't want to. And then they doubled down. After all of that, then they doubled down and they started a harassment campaign. And that's why Christine thought they're never going to stop. If they haven't learned if going to jail didn't teach them anything. They're never going to stop. They're never going to stop until they get these girls.
Shaken by this extreme breach of trust, Christine confides in her therapist about how deeply the incident with Cindy has affected her.
So you're not sleeping now?
No, last night I was up till 2.
How long has this been going on?
Just the last few nights. It switched since Cindy. I've been having a hard time falling asleep, staying asleep, getting the sleep that I need. Because I'm worried about the kids at the bus stop. I'm not telling the kids that I'm worried about these things because I don't want to set them off. I had a small conversation with them. I just said, David, we call him David. I said, David has contacted our Cindy from West Virginia, and he wanted to know some stuff about us. So he's interested in us, so we need to be extra careful. So it's, the sleeplessness has come up because he'll never leave me alone. He'll never leave me alone. That's all I can think. He will never stop.
But even with the unending harassment and abuse that she's enduring from the Matusiewicz family, Christine is determined to fight to do anything she can to protect her daughters.
Christine was very hyper-vigilant, I would say. She would always want to know where her kids were. Like if they went outside to play, they had to have an adult with them all the time.
And since Katie was nearly 8 years older than the eldest Matusiewicz girls, her role in the household evolved too.
She was very diligent with Katie, too, because Katie is now older, and she had this responsibility to the little ones.
So my mom had always said, if the Matusiewiczes were to ever come to the house while we were there, that the girls, since our bedrooms were upstairs, she would try and hold them off downstairs as long as possible. And I was supposed to help the girls get out of the second-story window upstairs and go next door to our neighbor's house. He was a state trooper.
Christine and her daughter's reality is one where they need to have an escape plan from their own home. As the Matusiewicz family turns up the heat, with new depraved ways of infiltrating Christine's life, she decides to take matters into her own hands.
She asked me, should she buy a gun? And I gave her the same thing I'll tell anybody about buying a gun. You better know how to use it. I said, you better be comfortable with this thing because, again, any situation, if you have a gun, there's a gun there and people can get hurt, including her.
So we actually got cameras on the outside of her house. There was 3 of them, and the monitor was in her bedroom. And it just ran, and you could watch them all the time. We also got 3 dogs, German Shepherds.
I can't imagine the thoughts that went through her head, the struggle that she went through every day.
So at the age of 15, my mom took a job that was at nights. So I would get my sisters off the bus. I would make dinner. We'd do baths, homework. And then when they went to bed at night, I would sleep in my mom's room so I could watch the cameras at night and make sure nobody was coming to the house. I am always alert and I'm always watching everything. And it's draining to always be on and ready for anything.
Christine's done all she can to ensure her family's safety. However, one day while Christine is at work, her worst fear arrives on her doorstep.
Christine, she was dating a new guy at the time. He had picked Katie up from school. And when they pulled into the development, Katie immediately noticed this Honda Civic that was sitting near the entrance to the development.
It was the same car that Tom had when they had lived in Middletown with us when I was younger. I said, that's them. They're here.
Katie and Christine's new boyfriend have a terrifying realization. the girls are in immediate danger.
I knew we had to get the girls, make sure they were safe.
So the oldest child and the little one went to the same school, and the middle child went to a different school. The boyfriend, he went to the school to get the oldest child and the little child, while Katie waited for the middle one to get off the bus. Because they were afraid that if no one was there, that she might get snatched. And so Katie then brought the middle child in. Boyfriend comes home with the other two children.
And here they came. Tom knocking on the door, saying he was just dropping off some blankets that were knitted for my sisters. I didn't tell my sisters they were there. We just hurried them into my mom's room and locked the door.
And he was there with the private investigator. The boyfriend said, get to getting. And Tom said, I had this delivery, these heirlooms, but he told him they didn't want anything he had to get gone.
Fortunately, Tom heeds Christine's boyfriend's warning and leaves her property. But what would have happened if Christine was there? Or worse, if Katie had been there with the girls, alone? Why would Tom or anyone travel 2,000 miles from Texas just to hand-deliver a gift? Reporter Chris Barish explains to Christine, an incident like this could have been even more damaging than anything else she had previously endured.
Christine was afraid they might try to do something drastic and crazy, and here they are showing up at their door. They know they're not welcome. Talk about a chilling effect.
And the private investigator and Tom went up to the house because there was no order against Tom at the time. There was shortly thereafter.
And just when Christine thought things couldn't get any worse, Lenore's sentence is completed. And she's released from prison on September 16th, 2010. And while Tom and Amy have already relocated to Texas, upon her release, Lenore joins them there. 19 months later, on April 13th, 2012, David completes his prison sentence. He is released to a federal halfway house.
I was concerned about David getting released from jail. I was concerned for the girls. Especially because we knew that Tom had come up to Delaware, and I felt like David, what's he gonna do, right? I didn't know what to expect.
I thought they would not stop until they had my sisters. I knew my mom was scared of them. She didn't have to say it. He just knew.
So it's November of 2012. David's been out for about 6 months. He sends Amy a message that says, prepare yourself to be raising 4 kids in about, by this time next year.
With all of them together in Texas, the plot thickens.
They're an insular little group. They took an imaginary crime and they let it fester and mushroom in their own minds.
They feed into each other's delusions. They can create a situation where they have ultimate control.
This is an anti-government group. It does not recognize the authority of the government.
It was like they were preparing for Armageddon.
September 5th, 2012, is the day Christine Belford had been dreading every minute since the girls were rescued. The day she prayed would never come. David Matusiewicz has just been released from federal custody. For the past 3 years, he was able to dismantle Christine's entire life from behind bars. He and his mother, Lenore, have been at the helm of the stalking, the harassment, and the incredibly damaging smear campaign that tried to paint Christine as an unfit mother a threat to her own children, and now he is back on the street. Christine's sister-in-law, Jenny Puglisi, shares her feelings on the prospect of David returning from jail and what it could mean for Christine and the girls.
We knew that Tom had come up to Delaware, and they live in Texas. I felt like when David got out of prison, that would be scary, because what's he gonna do? I was worried that he would menace them, just show up at their soccer games or show up at their schools or, and just be a threat to them.
Christine's stepmother, Eileen McDermott, is also worried about David's release, especially considering the path of destruction they've paved up to this point.
I think the anxiety was a little bit higher when Dave was out versus Lenore. Because unfortunately, here we go again. I mean, it's even worse now. Now you're coming to my home. Now you're stalking me. You're interfering with our neighbors' lives, teachers, churches, anywhere you can possibly think of. You're trying to destroy this person with evil.
Upon release from federal custody, David is a man on a mission. His singular goal is to get his daughters back by any means necessary. The very second that David breathes fresh air as a free man once again, he only has one place on his mind: Delaware. Delaware State Police Sergeant Millard Greer recalls his shock at the Matusiewicz family's unwavering dedication to their sole objective.
The audacity that after kidnapping these children, after going to prison, after having parental rights terminated, there was nothing that could keep them away. There was no court order, no piece of paper that was going to keep them from continuing on their mission.
Ed McAndrew has prosecuted hundreds of cases at the U.S. Department of Justice and explains David's movements upon his initial release.
After David's release from prison, the day he is released, he has to report to the U.S. Probation Office. And the first thing he asks for is permission to travel from Texas, where he was released, to New Jersey, which happens to be right next to Delaware. He wanted to get back here immediately. The probation office had a policy that nobody who was released can leave the state, the jurisdiction, for at least 60 days. So David was denied, and he remained in Texas.
David is furious that the government is once again getting in his way, but he knows he needs to stay calm on the surface. He will get back to Delaware, but he needs a plan. Reporter Chris Barish is constantly keeping tabs on this case and explained that once David learned he was not allowed to return to Delaware, there was only one place he could go where he would be welcomed with open arms.
David goes and joins his parents at their little ranch house in Texas, where Amy's living nearby.
Amy Matusiewicz vividly remembers the day she picked David up after his release. She recalls the excitement of his homecoming.
I was actually the one who did pick him up with my mom and my dad. We picked him up from prison in Texas and drove home. It was amazing because, my brother was finally home. But unfortunately, his children weren't with him.
The main four of the Matusiewicz family have been reunited at the disheveled hellscape they call the ranch. The broken down trailer, old cars in the yard, mangy guard dogs, and the overstocked armory greet David at the family headquarters.
There's ammunition everywhere you can look. There was a large ammo loading station in a shed. Thomas Matusiewicz was making his own ammunition, loading his own bullets, and there were thousands upon thousands of rounds of ammunition. Every type of handgun you can imagine, revolvers, semi-automatic, rifles, shotguns, ammunition for all of it.
In an online interview with Crusade Radio, Lenore describes Tom's gun collection as an innocent hobby. She explains that Tom crafts his own ammunition as a simple stress reliever. However, Lenore also reveals another motivation for making bullets. Tom wants to be absolutely sure that if he needs to pull the trigger, his bullets won't fail him.
I don't know where all the guns came from, but Tom collected them. He liked to collect guns, and he made bullets. The reason he made bullets, he said it made him calm. It calmed him down. He said, you don't want bullets in your gun that are over a year old. They might misfire. And if you need a gun to shoot that bullet better go off.
Tom's obsession with hoarding guns and stockpiling munitions seems to take precedence over the general upkeep of the ranch.
The place was in complete disarray. It was very unkept. Lots of boxes and clutter everywhere. There were trenches around the property with flags that I would describe as windage flags for shooting, which is common with the military. It was like they were preparing for Armageddon.
They were prepared for anything, but just needed an excuse to get back to Delaware. Amy explains that there was one continued goal David had during this time.
He was still fighting for his children to get custody back of his children. Get taken custody from him. That was his frame of mind. He was going to try to go back to become a father again. That killed him to not be able to see his girls again. That's what he lived for, and that's all he wanted.
And now that they're desperate, now that they're dangerous and desperate, they did everything they could. This was a plot. They planned this.
The Matusiewicz family have nothing to lose. David's entire identity is shifted. He is no longer the successful optometrist beloved by his community. He is now a jobless convicted felon who has lost any parental rights to his own children. But that didn't mean that David wasn't still financially responsible for their care. Christine's attorney, Timothy Hitchings, explains that there was still a matter of back pay on child support to settle between him and Christine.
But there was a lot of money that David owed Christine for child support for the time he was in prison.
He owes tens of thousands of dollars, he's not making money, doesn't have his license anymore. So David gets a hearing scheduled to try to reduce his child support payments.
He wasn't earning enough money to pay her what he owed her. So in the fall of 2012, there was going to be a mediation in family court to deal with the issue of child support. It's not a trial, it's not a hearing. It's where the family court staff mediator meets with the parents and tries to work things out.
Christine is only hoping to receive the back pay on the child support payments David owed her from before his rights were terminated. She'd prefer to sever all ties. But now, a single mother of 4, with thousands of dollars on the line, Christine feels she needs to come to the table for a mediation. David Matusiewicz is not one for mediation. He sees every interaction as a zero-sum game. You either win or you lose. And losing is not an option.
David participates in by phone, where the mediator says, just tell us what you can pay per week, and we can, make arrangements. When he says 0, he understands that if he doesn't agree to something, there'll have to be a hearing before a judge. And that becomes his excuse, his justification to the probation office for being given permission to go to Delaware. I am over 10 years in the U.S. Department of Justice. I prosecuted well over 500 cases. I have encountered all kinds of criminal defendants, including child sex offenders, terrorists, hackers, fraudsters, thieves. But I've never encountered a group like the Matusiewicz. They are in a category of their own when it comes to their criminal minds. What he did not tell the probation office was that he could have participated in that hearing remotely by phone. He chose not to. He wanted to have a reason to come to Delaware. Better yet, now he had a reason to make Christine come to a particular place as well.
The Matusiewicz family saw this as far more than just a simple child support meeting to work things out. In their eyes, the mere notion that David needs to pay Christine anything was just another attack from the government on their family.
Part of understanding the conduct that the Matusiewicz is engaged in here is understanding their views of the government and how they evolved over time.
After all, it was the government that chased David down in Nicaragua, that threw him and his mother in prison, that took his children away, and was now coming for his money.
I would classify the Matusiewiczes as having an anti-government psychiatric approach to life. I find that ironic because at one point, Tom was a police officer in New Jersey. Tom was retired from the Postal Service.
Psychologist Dr. A.J. Marsden believes the seeds of these anti-government ideologies began with Tom's long history of working government jobs.
Tom, from an early age, had government jobs. With each government position, he became a little bit more disenfranchised.
Bob Romano worked with Tom during their time at the Vineland Police Department in New Jersey and recalls Tom's strange anger towards the government.
Tom thought that they were basically picking on that he had to do those jobs in order to survive, and they didn't want him to survive. He was really ticked off about that he thought that they were basically harassing him.
And the Matusiewiczes, as they went through the family court proceedings, became very aggrieved. They believed that the court system had wronged them, had treated them unfairly. It was rigged against them.
At this point, the Matusiewicz family can't fathom a world where they are not given full control of the three girls. The government is once again trying to impose its will upon the family. And the last time David and Lenore felt like they had no other options, they kidnapped the girls to Central America. It was the government that was forcing their hand.
The Matusiewiczes take matters into their own hands because they feel threatened by the outside world. They feel threatened by the government. They feel threatened by others.
Up to this point, the Matusiewicz family have leveraged every relative, friend, and neighbor they have to help them in their campaign of terror. But now, their efforts have caught the eye of a much larger movement, one that shares their radical views and, most importantly, a common enemy.
Those beliefs were being fueled by some of the groups they were getting involved in, extremist groups like the Sovereign Citizens Movement. This is an anti-government group. It does not recognize the authority of the government to govern its citizens. They answer to God and to God only. And that is part of what fuels their view and their grievance, that they're not required to submit to and conform to laws passed by governments because they don't answer to governments.
So there are three reasons why people join cults. The first reason is they're born into it, so they just can't help it. Some people think that there's something wrong with the world, so they're looking for answers, and the cult provides answers. And then there's the third type of person who thinks there's something wrong with them, right? So there's something wrong with me, I need help with myself, so they join a cult because they're looking for answers for themselves. Tom felt like the world did not give him what he deserved, and so he went seeking answers elsewhere, and that's when he found the sovereign citizenship movement. Lenore was still very much the head of the family. She was the one in charge pulling the strings. Lenore was on board with this ideology that the government was bad for her family, so she accepted this, honestly, pretty quickly.
The Matusiewicz family closely identify with the movement known as the Sovereign Citizens. I wanted to learn more about this group and their ideology, so I reached out to former Department of Justice prosecutor Ed McAndrew. Ed has personally prosecuted members of the Sovereign Citizens movement and will help to pull back the curtain on how their influence on the Matusiewicz family would have deadly consequences. Ed, thank you for being here. First of all, can you just explain for the listeners who don't quite know what it is a little bit about sovereign citizens and connect this to this whole family and this whole situation?
The sovereign citizens movement is something that goes back, I think, until at least the 1970s in the United States. And it movement might not even be the right word. It's a loose sort of collection of people who are opposed to the government in its simplest terms. They're anti-government activists, litigants, tax protesters, scammers, conspiracy theorists. But their general sort of emanating principle is that they do not believe that they are subject to the jurisdiction or laws of the United States or of any state in the United States. They are sovereign in their own right and therefore do not have to follow the rules that everyone else has to follow.
Right. I've done a little bit of research on these types of cases. It tends to pop up on social media with instances of people claiming that they don't need a driver's license or arguing that the law doesn't apply to them.
A lot of people who over the years have been involved in the sovereign citizens movement have been tax protesters, people who don't want to pay taxes. And they have these sort of tactics that they use to claim that they're not subject to the laws that require them to pay taxes. And the courts have, roundly rejected all of those sort of claims, but that doesn't stop people from making them.
It doesn't seem like this is a rigidly structured ideology. It seems more personal and malleable to each individual sovereign citizen, which might explain how this way of thinking can easily be used to justify violence.
Yeah, I think that's right. The other thing that I think is important is it's not exclusive. It's not as if, you're a sovereign citizen, so therefore you're not involved in, some other group or movement or stream of thought that might be anti-government. And everybody's different. Not everybody's going to engage in violence. And there are a number of instances in which people who adhere to tenets of, the sovereign citizens, have gone on to engage in acts of violence, for instance. I mean, probably the most notable, Terry McNichols, Oklahoma City bomber, or co-conspirator, was involved with the sovereign citizens. And it can mean a lot of different things to a lot of people.
Would it be fair to say that Tom Matusiewicz sort of took this and ran with it? He sort of had this entitled mindset. He found this movement that spoke to that. He kind of took it and ran his own way with it and took it to another level.
Tom's background was really interesting. He served in the military. He was a police officer for, I think, 4 or 5 years before, eventually going to work for the Postal Service. So he was actually, a public sector employee for most of his working life, but at the same time, somebody who grew increasingly anti-government in his views as he aged.
It seems pretty clear how Tom's feelings towards the government evolved, but I'm curious as to how he came in contact with ideologies like the sovereign citizens. Would it have been something he came across online or through the internet?
I think Tom was like sort of old school. Tom was not some technology guru who was, sort of out early, in the forums and the chat groups, developing these thoughts. He was more old school. He'd get the stuff in the mail. And in some ways, I think that requires a much higher level of dedication and interest than just getting online and finding it and kind of going down that rabbit hole, right? David, on the other hand, I think was more inclined to use technology. And what we see with technology, like, let's remember that this case, really begins in 06, 07 with the initial kidnapping, the international kidnapping. So over that period of time, that's a really interesting period of time in terms of the development of technology. You think about 06, iPhone was not out or just about to come out. Facebook was just getting going. I don't know if Twitter had been founded. We were using MySpace, if anything, right, in terms of social media. So now what you see, and what we saw through some period of time here in the case, and certainly since then over the last decade, is this just explosion in online communications and communities.
and communities of every type and sort, right? You can find like-minded people who, sort of validate beliefs and encourage, particular thought processes on any topic in the world. And that's what we've seen happen through social media. And it enables, mobilization in a way that can lead to physical conduct, including criminal conduct.
Right. It seems fringe, but I have to imagine that's people who are sovereign citizens are everywhere around the country.
I think that's right. And I think it's probably more so today, even than it was a decade ago, because of the ability to connect online, because the virtual world really has become the real world, right? Where we are physically doesn't seem to matter that much anymore. That said, I think you would still find, certain areas that would be preferable just based on the views, less people around, less government around, more space. In our case, the Matusiewicz had relocated from, the Philadelphia area and Delaware down to, the border, southwest border in Texas. They went about as far as you could get away from the metropolis of the East Coast.
A little more off the grid.
Way off the grid.
What is the setting like in that house? You saw the evidence of it, and it had to be chilling. If you can share some insight on that.
It's a single-story brick rancher, modular home, kind of on the plains down in southwest Texas, right? Got a fairly decent-sized yard, bunch of cows roaming around. But it's kind of, you wouldn't be surprised to see the tumbleweed blowing through, right? David's living there after his release with his mom and dad. Amy lives fairly close by, but in her own place. And you get inside, and it is a hoarder's dream. It is packed to the gills with stacks of papers. And I don't think these people ever threw anything away, right? So, it's difficult to move through the house because it's so full of stuff, old stuff. Back to that, theme we talked about earlier of, sovereignty, not being subjected to the government, right? All of that is in this house, along with just, it was like artillery central. There are guns everywhere. There are just loose shells all over the place, like bullets everywhere, gold bars. It was like, somebody was preparing for Armageddon.
In a hoarder house,
In a hoarder house. It's full of writing. It's full of papers. It's full of there are 3 computers there. And it's, even down to the old style family portrait of David and Christine with the girls that was probably taken at like Kmart or something, right? And, it's still there in the frame, but Christine's face has been scratched out. Before the days where you could just delete somebody from a digital photo, they go old school and they just scratch her face out.
I think David's physically scratching Christine's face out of family photos probably gives you an idea of how intense his feelings were towards her at the time.
David being hurt in any way by Christine was just something that was intolerable. As the doctors look back through the history, they're saying he seems like he's losing touch with reality, right? And, I'm not a doctor, but it's clear that he is not present in reality. And he's kind of going into this world that his mother really drives. And it's very much a grievance-driven world. Grievance at Christine, grievance at the government, grievance at everyone who seems to be helping her and hurting them. And it just grows from there. The Matusiewicz just keep doubling down and doubling down on fighting the system until they get to the point where we're not going to try to conduct ourselves within the confines of the system any longer. We no longer acknowledge the system as having any jurisdiction over us. We answer only to God, and we believe we are on the right side, and therefore, whatever actions we take are justified, ultimately. And that's where it kind of goes. And it leads you to this point of no return.
It's what makes these scary people so scary, right? This deep disconnect that happens, that people can go there, is just, it's impossible to put ourselves in someone else's brain. Never mind a brain that's disturbed and capable of such crazy things. It's like, how do we even get close to it? And hopefully by having a dialogue like this, we can sort of try to get closer to it.
Absolutely. Putting ourselves in someone's brain is a really good way of putting it, because that's actually what we're doing at trial, too. We're trying to take the jury, in many cases, inside the mind of the offender. Why did they do what they did? How did they get to that point?
We tell these stories and we do the best we can, but it only leaves us, more concerned and curious and fascinated in not a macabre way, in just desperate for sort of understanding. I think this has been pretty awesome and a rare opportunity to have this conversation with you. So I can't thank you enough.
Happy to do it. I enjoyed it. It's really interesting because when we try a case, we only get to put into evidence the things that are allowed to be admitted under the rules of evidence. You're seeing a much bigger picture and telling a much broader story than we could ever do in a courtroom. So it's good chatting with you.
It's been phenomenal, and I hope to see you soon. Thank you again to Ed McAndrew for his insights into the dangerous minds of the Matusiewicz family. With his help, we are one step closer to understanding the chaos they have created up to this point and all of the tragedy that is yet to come. Aligning with ideologies and communities like the Sovereign Citizens Movement, the Matusiewicz family has never felt more emboldened. Their evil deeds have been justified and encouraged.
I think Lenore was the head of it all. I think David wanted to make his mom happy, and his mom wanted those kids. He wanted the kids. And I think if they couldn't have them, why should anybody else?
As a family, they're scary because they feed into each other's delusions. When their goals align, they can do some really scary things. They can create a situation where they have ultimate control.
They're an insular little group. They took an imaginary crime and, they let it fester and mushroom in their own minds.
They were like-minded. They were singular in their focus. They shared grievance. They shared objectives. In many ways, it was the thing that brought them together. They played their separate roles, but they all acted as one. That's what makes them so scary.
The Matusiewicz family have a shared goal. The same goal they have had for the last 6 years. Complete and utter control of the 3 girls. And if that means a confrontation with the entirety of the U.S. government, then so be it. It was time for David to get back to Delaware. But this time, he wasn't coming alone.
David sent Amy a message that says, prepare yourself to be raising 4 kids by this time next year. The hearing's set for 9 a.m. on Monday morning, February 11th.
She said, I'm scared to death, but I'm going, and it's going to be done.
They embraced. Tom said everything's going to be all right.
It was mass chaos. There were police cars everywhere.
He then turned toward Officer Reinhardt. They both had their guns pointed at each other.
For the courthouse, and a woman at the courthouse got shots fired.
After enduring relentless stalking, harassment, and a seemingly endless smear campaign at the hands of the Matusiewicz family, Christine Belford is determined to escape the unending abuse and live in peace with her daughters. But that means one final hurdle: an in-person child support hearing. When David refuses to pay any amount of back pay on his child support, a hearing is called. Reporter Chris Barish recalls the process David underwent to convince the courts he should be able to attend the mediation in person.
David gets a hearing scheduled to determine his child support, and he's not allowed to leave the state of Texas because he's still like early in his probationary period or his parole period. And he petitions for permission to come north to Delaware for a hearing, for a live hearing, and he gets granted.
Though Christine is unnerved about seeing David in person after everything the Matusiewicz family had put her through, her sister-in-law, Jenny Puglisi, recalls her feeling hopeful about being able to move on with her life once the mediation was over.
So she came over and she had just started a new job. She looked great. And she says, I feel great. I feel like I'm in the best place I've ever been. I just need to get through this and it'll be smooth sailing. And I said, how do you feel about the court hearing? She said, I'm scared to death, but I'm going because I don't want to be held in contempt. David wants this thing and, I'm just going to go and it's going to be done and we're just going to move on.
For Christine, the idea of facing David is terrifying. But she takes comfort in the fact that the mediation should be a straightforward process. Delaware State Police Sergeant Millard Greer explains Christine's mindset. Despite her fear, she approached the legal proceedings with the hope that, no matter the outcome, it would finally mean an end to her dealings with David and the Matusiewicz family once and for all.
She felt it was a very, very routine child support hearing. She actually knew that David probably did not have the income to meet the payment that he was obligated to make for child support. And she didn't feel there was anything that her attorney, Mr. Hitchings, could do for her at that hearing, and she felt she could handle it on her own.
What had happened is that Christine had represented herself at the mediation. That Friday, I called up Christine and said, hey, you sure you don't want me to go in with you on this hearing? And she says, I can handle this. This is a simple issue. It's a mediation.
While attending a child support mediation should be straightforward, Christine knows that when dealing with the Matusiewicz family, there's always risk involved. And considering everything she'd been through with David, Christine decides not to go to the courthouse alone. She asks her close friend and neighbor, Beth Mulford, to accompany her for moral support. Katie Moffa, Christine's oldest daughter, can vividly remember Christine leaving for the courthouse that morning.
My mom left the court. I put my sisters on the bus. It was raining, so I had to drive them to the bus stop. And then I didn't want to be home alone because I had a new baby and I knew that David was going to be in town. So I actually took my daughter and went to my grandparents' house.
As Christine makes her way to the courthouse, so too does David. But what no one realizes is that David isn't the only one who's made the trek from Texas to Delaware to attend the child support hearing.
David doesn't say that he's going to be traveling with anybody, which is certainly a violation. But he drives up with his mother and father, and they take two cars. One's a Honda, I think, CR-V, and the other one's a sedan. On the February 10th, they stayed with a colleague of David's who lived in Maryland, half-hour drive from Wilmington. And the hearing's set for 9 a.m. on Monday morning, February 11th.
In the early morning hours of February 11th, 2013, the white Honda CR-V pulls out from the Maryland residence, where David, Lenore, and Tom Matusiewicz stayed the night before. Its path is set, the Newcastle County Courthouse. David Matusiewicz grips the wheel, his gaze fixed ahead. Through the fog and drizzle, windshield wipers beat back the constant thud of rain. In the seat beside David sits his father, Tom Matusiewicz. The city of Wilmington, Delaware is already bustling with commuters as the Newcastle County Courthouse comes into view. The white Honda pulls into a parking lot. across the street from the courthouse. It parks in a handicapped space close to the exit. From the surveillance cameras above, David, clad in a long green jacket, is seen conversing with his father, who wears his own checkered jacket and a maroon shirt, as they hurriedly make their way towards the courthouse. As the two exit the garage, rain falls steadily as people file inside. David zips up his jacket and pulls up his hood. He separates from his father and hurries inside. Tom follows behind, limping slightly.
It wasn't 8 a.m. yet, so you weren't allowed to go beyond the lobby. They had to wait in the lobby for a while. David actually got in line, in the stanchion line for going through security. Oddly enough, Tom did not get in line. He stayed outside in basically the public area of the lobby. He walked around for a while. At one point, he came back over to David. According to a witness, they embraced. Tom said, "Everything's going to be all right."
Around 8 a.m., security footage captures Christine Belford, dressed professionally in a long brown peacoat and briefcase, walking side by side with her dear friend Beth Mulford, clad all in black, as they enter the courthouse through the revolving door. The two talk hurriedly to one another, shaking off the rain as they step into the building. Beth is there for one reason: to make sure Christine feels supported in facing the man who's taken so much from her already. The women walk briskly through the main lobby. They're only able to get a couple of feet inside when suddenly, gunfire erupts inside the courthouse as panic screams fill the air.
I'm in the courthouse, and a woman in the courthouse with shots fired here.
People scramble in every direction,
I got two hit in the lobby.
desperately seeking cover wherever they can.
Drop it!
Courthouse officers draw their weapons and begin firing at the suspect, who continues shooting. One officer steps forward as he turns and faces the suspect head-on.
The shooter actually struck Corporal Manley. Luckily, he was wearing a ballistic vest that prevented any penetration into his body. Everybody begins to flee from the lobby and take cover.
The shooter continues to return fire, unleashing another barrage towards the courthouse officers.
The shooter then exits the revolving door, and he didn't flee. Once he exited, he actually changed the magazine in his firearm and came back in. At this time, Officer Reinhardt had drawn his weapon and began to approach the door.
The shooter then steps back, once again entering the revolving door.
There was a subject inside of the door. The shooter told him to get out. He then turned toward Officer Reinhardt. They both had their guns pointed at each other.
Drop the gun now!
They both fired at the same time. They literally struck each other almost in the same area of the chest. The difference is Reinhardt was wearing a ballistic vest that did stop the round from the handgun.
But just as Officer Reinhardt's bullet strikes the shooter in the chest, they stumble out of the revolving door and onto the street. The shooter raises a hand, presses the gun into his mouth, and pulls the trigger. His lifeless body collapses at the courthouse entrance. While the shooter is officially down, for law enforcement, the chaos continues. Here's Detective Jeff Schreiner of the Newcastle Police Department, who, coincidentally, had been headed into the courthouse that morning.
The call comes across the police radio about a shooting in the Newcastle County Courthouse. I was only a mile away, so of course I came. It was mass chaos. There were police cars everywhere, police officers running everywhere. And one of the other things that came across the radio, there may be a second shooter. So I went inside the courthouse. First thing that hit me as soon as I got inside the doors was the smell of gun smoke and gunpowder. There were two victims on the floor being worked on by civilians, whoever else would help. So I just took up a position in the lobby. I have no idea who these two people were who had been shot.
All agencies, including the state police, county police, and even the FBI, are called in to assist with what has now become an active shooter investigation.
You had a lot of police agencies that were there because it's the courthouse in Newcastle County. So all of those agencies had put together tactical teams to try to clear the building. At that time, nobody knew if this was just one shooter.
As I'm standing there, one of my captains walked up to me. The captain knew the Matusiewicz case, and he said, "That's Christine Belford." And my heart just sank. It really did. My heart just sank.
Despite every effort to save her, Christine Belford dies on the scene. The second victim is identified as Beth Mulford. She, too, tragically succumbs to her injuries.
We figured out that Beth was a family friend, and she had simply come to court that day to provide some moral support.
Beth Mulford was an innocent victim who had been there for Christine, helped care for her children, and provided unwavering support in some of her darkest times. Although the two victims have been positively identified, police still have no idea who the shooter is.
They sent me downstairs to look at the surveillance tape of the shootout. At that point, the shooter had committed suicide, but hadn't been identified yet. They wanted me to go look and see if I could identify the shooter. So I go to look at the surveillance video, but I couldn't make head or tails of who that was doing the shooting.
Detective Jeff Schreiner continues to pore over the surveillance footage. Upstairs, additional law enforcement have secured a safe enough perimeter around the lobby to conduct a search of the deceased suspect's body. His checkered jacket and maroon shirt are now soaked with blood as his body is splayed out in front of the courthouse steps. An officer locates a wallet in the man's pocket. He pulls out his ID. The name reads Thomas Matusiewicz. The Wilmington courthouse is in a state of total mayhem as law enforcement on scene scramble to organize. News begins spreading like wildfire that a violent shootout has left 2 women dead.
Reports start to trickle out. We sent a reporter to the outskirts of the courthouse, but you couldn't get in. As the morning went on, we knew there were 2 people dead. We got a tip that had something to do with the Matusiewicz case. And so my first thought is, well, Christine. And so I called her, no answer. I called her again, no answer. And then 5 minutes later, I called again. And I'm like, she's one of the people who are killed. And like, I'll never, ever, ever forget that. It's just the chilling, and it's just the heartbreaking. It's just the heartbreaking feeling I had to know that, this woman whose ordeal I had chronicled for better part of 6 years and stayed in touch with, was lying under a white sheet in the courthouse lobby.
It doesn't take long for the devastating news to reach Christine's inner circle.
I got the phone call, I was at work, that there was a courthouse shooting, and then there was a hesitation on the phone. It was Christine. And I did not want to believe it.
I just knew. I knew that they weren't going to stop, and I knew that David was there that day, and my mom was there. It just wasn't a coincidence.
So I was home, and I got a call from a friend of mine who said, are you aware of the shooting? And I said, no. And she said, there's been a shooting at the courthouse. So I called over to my mom's house, and Katie picked up. And she said, are you coming over? And I said, I'm coming to get you. When I came into the house, Katie was on the floor with her baby, and she just looked back at me, and she was in tears, and she's like, it's my mom. And I just said, I know.
Back at the courthouse, major news outlets line the street. Police cars barricade intersections, halting traffic as the city grinds to a standstill. Inside, all law enforcement agencies begin to coordinate, working frantically to lock down the building.
By this time, Bill David with the U.S. Marshals had heard what happened and made his way down to the courthouse. So everybody with intimate knowledge of the previous case was there.
When word gets out that Christine is the victim of the shooting, everyone involved with the kidnapping case rushes to the scene. This is personal for them. The sleepless nights, the dead-end leads, the countless phone calls with the distraught Christine seem to have all been in vain. The family they worked so hard to reunite has been viciously torn apart once more. And the family responsible for this tragedy is still at large.
Detective Schreiner said to me, David's in this building.
The very first thing that went through my mind was, where's David?
Having worked the initial kidnapping investigation of the 3 Matusiewicz girls, Detective Jeff Schreiner can offer intimate knowledge of the inner workings of the Matusiewicz family and knows exactly what kind of high-level threat law enforcement is dealing with.
Knowing the dynamics of this family. I got to know some of the family court judges who worked on the parental rights termination and divorce and all those proceedings. I got to know a couple of those judges. And I was in fear that David was in the courthouse and was going to go looking for them. I didn't know what this family was capable of.
And knowing the training and access that David has to the gun collection that his father had, which was enormous, David still had access to those weapons.
Everything's roped off. There's dozens of police there. I'm calling people that I knew at the courthouse, and they're holed up in their offices, and they're hiding under desks, and they're just like losing their minds.
It was a murder scene. It was an active shooting scene. David was still in the courthouse, and they needed to find him.
In an emergency situation with lives on the line, communication is key. If all of these agencies aren't on the same page, it could have deadly consequences.
Jeff Schreiner facilitated getting David's photo out to every law enforcement officer that was in that building and on a perimeter. So the Fugitives Task Force, we've got experience clearing structures and looking for people.
Jeff Schreiner's experience tells him that David's instinct would be to do what he's always done. Hide in plain sight.
There's a jury room in the downstairs of the courthouse where prospective jurors respond every morning to be selected for jury pools. So that's usually a few hundred people. That was one area that a lot of people were rushed to. A court bailiff that went through that room taking people's names because they were all potential witnesses that may be needed later.
And I said, is there David Matusiewicz? He said, yeah, I just had him. And they just released him.
David has already made it past the first line of defense and is mere steps away from freedom. He never makes the same mistake twice. If he evades capture here and now, he may be gone forever.
So we run over the elevators, and there's David Matusiewicz at the base of the elevators getting ready to go out the back door of the courthouse. We yelled to him, David, get up here. He turned right around and walked through the crowd, came right back upstairs. He walked up the escalator. He was calm, cool, and collected.
If the detectives had been just a minute behind, David would have been in the wind. Adrenaline is running high in the veins of everyone in the courthouse. Everyone except for one person.
David's demeanor never really changed. It was flat. He had a flat affect. He had a blank stare. He would look through any person he was looking at. It was almost as if he wasn't actually there.
I mean, I'd never met David face to face up until that morning. You know, because I didn't go to Nicaragua to help bring him back. I didn't do any of that. And he requested a lawyer, so I couldn't even go interview him when he got back. That was the first time him and I ever looked each other in the eyes. I saw a kidnapper. And now I'm thinking he's a murderer. Even though he didn't pull the trigger, him and his dad were in the courthouse. There was something going on between the two, you know? So I was really kind of in shock that this family went this far. I told a sergeant of our SWAT team, I said, put him in handcuffs. He wasn't argumentative. To me, he didn't even say a word.
David was being held in a courtroom, so I felt it was imperative to quickly try to get some type of interview with him. Talking to David at the courthouse was brief. He eventually did invoke his Miranda rights and requested an attorney. But when he was informed that his father was deceased, there was no reaction, no emotion, no words, no anything, just completely a blank stare. I personally have no doubt that he knew that. It's our belief that it was definitely planned.
Christine Belford, Beth Mulford, and Tom Matusiewicz lay dead in the entrance of the Wilmington courthouse. David Matusiewicz has just narrowly been captured by authorities, trying to escape the crime scene in the rear of the building.
They killed the person they hated the most in the place they hated the most. This was not just a bullet to the heart of Christine Belford. This was a bullet to the heart of the justice system that had wronged them. They were aggrieved, and it was symbolic in so many ways that they killed her in that courthouse.
Members of local, state, and federal law enforcement systematically clear the courthouse and surrounding areas for other possible threats.
81 clear. 8814 clear.
We had learned where David's white Honda CR-V was parked, because we had detectives scouring the parking garage that was attached to the courthouse.
David and Tom pulled into a handicap spot, backed their car in, and it was immediately adjacent to the exit of the garage where they could quickly leave the garage if they were able to get out of there.
Based on how and where the vehicle is parked, police believe this was meant to be David's getaway car. But the investigators on the scene with intimate knowledge of the family make it clear that when it comes to the Matusiewicz family, things aren't always as they seem, and it is better to be safe than sorry.
Due to the history that we knew about the Matusiewiczes, we used our bomb unit to clear that vehicle. When detectives located the car, they could tell there was a lot of items inside the car. So much so that You really couldn't see well into the car. So there was a concern that is the car a plant? If we open the door, potentially is there a bomb in this car? They used a robot and a bomb operator in a bomb suit to open the vehicle and remove all the contents before we were able to thoroughly go through it for evidentiary value. There was not a bomb in the car. It was just out of an abundance of caution.
There may not have been a bomb in the car, but what investigators do find points to something more sinister and far-reaching than just a courthouse shooting.
The white Honda CR-V that was located in the Renaissance building ended up being a treasure trove of evidence for this case. There was a large volume of documents that ended up being relevant to the case. There was also a duffel bag in the rear that contained some really concerning items. There was ammunition, an electric cattle prod, there were handcuffs, leg shackles, a large knife, and I believe a ballistic vest was even located within that bag.
It was all very thoroughly planned out. But for the work, the actions of law enforcement officers in the courthouse that morning, David would have gotten away. And I don't know what would have happened then.
What we find is evidence that makes clear that this was not a random act, that this was planned, it was premeditated.
For me, that tells me that there was a different plan when they left Texas to come to Delaware. Something happened, something altered that plan. That what occurred at the courthouse potentially was a plan B. And it was in my opinion, an agreed upon plan B, because in the video you can clearly see Thomas and David embrace in a hug before David walks through security and gains access to the courthouse, and Thomas stays in the lobby. They weren't a very affectionate family. So that embrace, to me, was a goodbye embrace. This is a final, I'll see you on the other side kind of embrace.
If killing Christine was Plan B, police discover a terrifying piece of evidence that suggests Plan A would have meant far more bloodshed.
There was a spiral composition book, like a notebook that any kid would take to school with lined, ruled paper. A document was located in that notebook, a handwritten document.
In a car filled with deadly weapons, nothing fills law enforcement with more dread than a handwritten list in an unassuming red notebook.
Had the letters HL at the top. Ultimately, we determined that HL stood for hit list. And the names on that list included all the people that the Matusiewiczes felt were responsible for them losing rights to be around the Matusiewicz children. Christine Belford's name was on there. Timothy Hitchens' name was on there. Some judges' names, attorneys' names, medical physicians, psychiatrists, counselors. It was just a who's who of who they felt was responsible for them losing the rights to have anything to do with the Matusiewicz girls.
If there was a larger scale plan, detectives cannot be sure why their focus narrowed. And in the heat of the moment, there is no time to speculate on what could have happened. However, one thing is clear. When push came to shove, and it was time to act, the family made the game-time decision to prioritize killing Christine over everything else. Because Christine has always been the biggest roadblock to their ultimate goal.
We've got a very quickly formed command center in the courthouse, and we're shooting off assignments to people.
There was a meeting coordinated in the basement of the courthouse. It was a very, very large group of people there. The Attorney General at the time was Beau Biden. He ran the meeting. State prosecutor was there. There was some judges there. The first concern at that time were the 3 Matusiewicz girls. Where are they, and are they safe?
The 3 Matusiewicz girls are investigators' #1 focus. But as one team works to track them down, another mobilizes to neutralize the most dangerous threat to the girls.
We know where Thomas is. He's deceased in the lobby. We know where David is. But this is a family affair. This is the entire Matusiewicz family. So I immediately start asking, where is Lenore? We start doing some research trying to figure out where were they before the courthouse? Where are they staying? We end up developing an address in Maryland.
On the day of the shooting, David and Tom came to the courthouse together. Lenore remained at the friend's house in Elkton, Maryland, just across the border from Delaware, where they stayed the night before.
I volunteered my team to go over to Maryland to try and put eyes on Lenore and to deal with whatever may be over there. Because my guys are already deputized, they have jurisdiction to go across state lines. So a team goes over there. They end up encountering Lenore. They tell Lenore that Thomas is deceased.
We asked them specifically, how did Lenore react to the news that there had been a shooting at the courthouse? And the answer we got was not what a person would expect.
She almost doesn't care. The way it was conveyed to me was there was really no follow-up questions, no real reaction to that.
Lenore seemed nonplussed, focused. Her immediate reaction was not, oh my God, my husband's dead, or maybe David's dead. It was, we have to get the girls now. We have to go get the girls right now.
In an online interview with Crusade Radio, Lenore freely reveals her motivations for the aggressiveness with which she pursued the 3 girls. Lenore explains that she is driven by her belief that she had to protect her granddaughters from Christine's alleged predatory behavior. Her objective is to simply get the girls to safety by any means necessary.
Christine had totally annihilated my son. She said all the time that she knew that the way to hurt him was by hurting their children, and she did. They had gone through custody and divorce. When I found out that my 5-year-old granddaughter was being molested by Christine, I went with my son and I took their 3 daughters to Central America because my son loved his children and had to get them to safety. We were hoping that that's what we had done when we left, but the powers that be brought us back, and they put the children back with their abusive mother. So we have to get the children to safety.
Lenore believes to her core that David's children were most safe when they were on the lam in Central America. She is totally committed to keeping them away from Christine, regardless of what the government says.
She was mission focused. Immediately after word that her husband and son had involved in an active shooting in a courthouse, that was her immediate focus. And it was matter of fact, and it was intense.
Thankfully, law enforcement understands that they need to quickly locate the girls and get them to safety immediately. Christine's oldest daughter, Katie Moffa, recalls this terrifying period of time.
I tried to get in the car and go. I wanted to go get my sisters. I wasn't allowed to get them. They had already been taken into the police station.
In Newcastle County, the Delaware State Police have school resource officers in our public schools. By the time I talked to the state police commander, we had school resource officers en route to all 3 schools to pick the kids up. By the time this meeting was convened, we had people en route to grab them. Katie Moffa was almost a surrogate mother to her sisters, these children. That morning, she got them dressed, she gave them breakfast, she got them on the school buses because her mom had to be in court to face evil, literally. By that afternoon, those kids were in protective custody. We contacted authorities in Texas to try to locate Amy. I was able to make contact with the Hidalgo County Sheriff's Office, and we used the FBI task force out there. Initially, Amy was contacted at work in a hospital in Texas by the FBI on the day of the shooting. We just wanted to confirm where she was, and she played like she knew nothing about this.
Just like Lenore, Amy cannot help but bring up custody of the girls. Despite her best efforts, Amy cannot hide her true intentions.
I had asked the FBI agent when they came that night on February 11th at 11:30 at night, I want to know who is taking care of my nieces. All they would tell me, special people that take care of these kind of things, that's not good enough for me. They're not family. Unless it's somebody that's family that takes care of these kids, then I knew Christine's family wasn't going to step up and take care of these kids. This is my brother's kid. Yes, he lost his parental rights. That does not mean that does not make them still my blood relatives. I don't care what any court or any judge says. These are not my blood relatives anymore, like they were my own children. Because in my eyes, they were.
In the eyes of the law, Amy ceased to be the girl's aunt the day David's parental rights were terminated. And despite that fact, less than 24 hours after the deaths of her father and ex-sister-in-law, Amy makes a bold attempt to take matters into her own hands.
The day after the shooting, Amy from Texas filed a petition to assume custody of the three girls. She sent that petition to the courthouse that was still closed because of the murders. The building had not even been reopened, and she was petitioning for custody of the children.
It's time for law enforcement to lay siege to the Matusiewicz, Texas compound. Millard Greer feels confident that the ranch, with its weapons caches and battle trenches, will hold valuable insight into the family's planning of the attack at the courthouse.
Deputy Palaio used our information to obtain a search warrant for that property. The house in Ed Kelch, again, every stone that was turned over had evidence. There were books on how to escape from the country undetected. There was a book whose title was Kill All the Lawyers. He called us back during the search rather than after, just to try to figure out what we wanted to do with the volume of evidence that was there. There was so much ammo there that we were unable to even get it to Delaware. We investigated bringing it by train. He says, I'm in the bedroom and there's ammunition everywhere you can look. There's documents here instructing Amy where to go to a storage locker that has more weapons. In that letter, Tom says, don't let the government take your guns. When the government takes your grandchildren, it ceases to be your government.
It would seem that the most important objective for the Matusiewicz family was eliminating Christine and showing the government that they were willing to take this fight for the three girls directly to their front door. At the courthouse, Christine was killed by Tom with Tom's gun, and the police now have a mountain of evidence pointing towards Tom's motives for the crime. But Tom is dead, and they know in their gut that Lenore, David, and Amy are just as responsible for Christine and Beth's brutal murders. There's one silver lining working in law enforcement's favor. They're able to put David behind bars. for now.
He was taken into custody because he was on federal probation. And it was immediately clear that he had violated that probation because the terms of his probation would not allow him to travel with anyone outside of the state of Texas without his probation officer's approval, which he did not have. He was allowed to travel to the courthouse, but not with his parents. He didn't tell the probation office about that. He also traveled in vehicles full of guns and ammunition, among other things. As a federal probationer, he was not allowed to be in possession of a gun. So, because he had violated his probation, he had to go back before the federal judge who sentenced him for the kidnapping case. And that judge found that David had violated his probation and sentenced him to an additional 6 months in prison.
I work for the state police. We prosecute things in the Delaware state court system, and we had hoped to be able to articulate a murder charge against these individuals, along with conspiracy charges. We believed there was a large conspiracy amongst this family to kill Christine Belford. Beth Mulford ended up being collateral damage in that.
However, proving that is another story entirely. Investigators are faced with an uphill battle as they work to somehow connect David, Lenore, and Amy Matusiewicz to Christine's murder.
We just don't have the evidence to prove the conspiracy. We were hoping to find some communication, an email, a letter, a text message, anything that would allow us to show that they came here to murder Christine Belford. We knew it, but we didn't have the evidence to bring a murder charge.
Despite all of the evidence found at the ranch, in the car at the courthouse, and the hundreds of letters and emails sent between the Matusiewicz family, detectives still feel as though their case falls short. As much as they want justice for Christine, they know they only get one shot at a murder conviction.
It was all chips on the table. If they're found not guilty, it's over. That's when Ed McAndrew came into the picture.
David was in custody for violating his federal probation. We knew we had a 6-month window, therefore, before he would be out on the street and released. From the spring through the summer of 2013, it was in that 6-month period that we built the case.
Ed McAndrew's primary role at the U.S. Attorney's Office was as a cyber guy, prosecuting high-tech crimes, so to speak. And he made everybody aware of, there is this statute on the books at the federal level, cyber stalking resulting in death.
However, at this point, the statute of cyber stalking resulting in death has never been prosecuted before in the United States, making its successful application in this case a potential landmark moment for the prosecution. But only if Ed McAndrew and his team are able to get a successful conviction.
We were creating new law as we were putting this case together. So within this new legal framework, we then had to conduct an investigation to gather all of the evidence that we would need to prove the crime beyond a reasonable doubt. That involved pulling together physical evidence, witness accounts, documentary evidence, tons of digital evidence.
So that day was the turning point, really. The day that Ed made us aware that that statute existed. But it looked like it would be a tall challenge. Luckily, our partners at the U.S. Attorney's Office felt it was only right to give it a shot. We have to try it. We can't just let these people go free.
There are certain types of criminals who really are committed to their criminal objectives. The law is not going to stop them. It may slow them down for a while, but unless they are incapacitated, it will not stop them.
And knowing just how far the Matusiewicz family has gone, to harass, intimidate, and ultimately murder Christine. The prosecution knows that the only way to truly stop their campaign of terror is if the whole family is behind bars. The prosecution decides to take the leap of faith with no parachute. They build and present their case against the Matusiewicz family. This would be the first time in United States history that someone would be convicted of cyber stalking resulting in death. The trial is going well, but if Ed McAndrew is going to pull this off, he needs an ace in the hole, a star witness.
One of the most striking moments was when the oldest daughter testified. Of the more than 70 witnesses who testified at the trial, none were more important than her. It was excruciating for us to have to put her through that, to have her testify, because in many cases, a child victim in particular is re-victimized by having to relive all of that, by having to confront and be confronted by these agitators. Keep in mind that the oldest daughter had not seen David, Lenore, or Amy since being rescued in Nicaragua years earlier. Here she was confronting them in a courthouse, walking into a courthouse just blocks from the courthouse her mother walked into and was murdered in, to face them. She got up there and said, "My mother never hurt me. My mother never hurt any of us."
In her own words, the oldest daughter took the stand at 14 years old and looked right at her father, grandmother, and her aunt and said, "None of that is true."
So this was the moment of truth for the Matusiewicz. And they sat there blankly, David in particular, as the person they were so committed to saving dismantled their falsehoods in front of a jury.
Dr. A.J. Marsden attempts to peek behind the cold, blank stares of Christine's killers during the eldest daughter's testimony.
When the oldest daughter told the truth on stand and said this abuse did not occur, I don't think Lenore and David felt remorse for the lies that they told. Instead, I think that they felt angry that this child, this favorite child of theirs, was not going along with the plan. And they probably felt like this was a sign of Christine. This was one of Christine's traits coming through on this particular child.
Putting her on was important because the jury needed to hear from her that what they were saying Christine had done was not true, was completely false, was not based in reality, and only the oldest daughter could do that. What gives a 13-year-old girl who has been through all of this the strength to walk through those doors, take that stand, and tell you exactly what did and didn't happen? The promise of justice, the possibility that it could be made right after all of these wrongs. I'm always amazed at how victims of crimes, particularly, horrific crimes, find the strength and the reason to believe that the system's going to work the way it's supposed to work. It's very reassuring, in terms of our system of justice.
Lenore, David, and Amy Matusiewicz are each found guilty of cyber stalking resulting in death. All three are sentenced to life in prison.
This wouldn't have happened without a huge, huge team of people. And the willingness to risk losing that trial.
Lenore Matusiewicz, after the trial, became ill, and it became clear that she had terminal cancer. She was not able to be present for the sentencing with David and Amy. So the judge in the case actually went to the hospital in Philadelphia where she was in custody under the supervision of the United States Marshals and sentenced her to life imprisonment on her deathbed. The defense wanted to put off the sentencing, and the judge said, no, I'm going to the hospital. She's going to hear her sentence before she dies. David had no reaction to his sentence. There was a sense, and it was something that, a number of the psychologists we talked to us about, that there was a real question of whether David felt things and how he felt things, whether he really had empathy, whether he could relate, whether he was rational. And his reactions in the courtroom seemed to reflect that. He just didn't have a reaction. It certainly wasn't a surprise, as far as any of us could tell, from watching his reaction to the verdict and the sentence. Amy was more emotional in her reaction to both the verdict and the sentence. I think Amy understood how much she had lost. And I think Amy was the one who felt the loss of her life and her liberty the most. Amy had her own family, had her own child. She was now not going to be present for the rest of that child's life.
This case at its core is about relationships between parents and children. Families were affected by the deaths of Christine Belford and Beth Mulford. The lives of countless innocents were changed forever. I wanted to understand the true impact that this one family's actions had on so many, and the lasting effects of that trauma. I decided to sit down and speak with psychologist Dr. Patrice Berry, who specializes in family structures, as well as generational trauma, in an effort to make sense of this unimaginable tragedy. We're so lucky to have Dr. Patrice Berry here, and it is hopefully going to lend some interesting and fascinating insights into this case.
Yes.
To someone on the outside, may seem like a custody battle gone wrong. But on the inside, it's so much different. In a case that is so large and reaching, how much of Christine's daughters suffered from the Matusiewicz family's actions?
I really think that the three youngest, they lost their mom twice. And the impact of that, I can imagine a lot of significant therapy would be needed to just help them be resilient. Because the other side of it is you can really get lost and in that pain and grief and trauma, and you can kind of get lost in the midst of that.
There's also Beth Mulford, who was a friend and was being a comfort and a support, lost her life. She was a wife, a mother. It's crazy to think about all the people impacted.
Beth was there to support her friend. And nobody wants to lose a parent, especially to violence. Traumatic grief is different than losing your parent to an illness or an accident, because this was an act of violence. And so that can add some additional trauma to it. She was just being a good friend and got caught in the middle. And sometimes that can make it feel more senseless.
And can you talk about how losing a parent to an act of violence can differ from, say, an illness or natural causes?
With an act of violence, you have somebody making a choice. You have this individual. It can affect the person's sense of safety versus a unexpected illness or something like that. Like sometimes you're able to prepare. It really is a different type of loss versus a traumatic one, because you then have the court process. You have the articles and the media that can all get involved after something like this.
And after so much tragedy and loss, how can the ripple effects of murder impact these children later down the line in their adult life?
I think that could make it difficult for the girls, even as adults, as they have their own families, to be able to trust their kids going over to a neighbor's house or with their own families. There could bring up this mistrust. Because trauma, the bad stuff, it can get stuck. Where a person is saying, I'm fine, everything's fine. But every time they hear a loud noise, they're, having a panic attack. Because things like this affects what we call it affects our fear center. And there are fear responses. And if there is a present danger, being in a fear response is normal. But if I'm having a fear response when I'm safe, if I'm in fight, flight, freeze, or people please mode, and I'm safe with my partner, that can make it hard to navigate life.
Yeah, absolutely. And in your experience, how do the victims of these traumas ultimately heal from this?
So with the trauma survivors that I work with them on going from victim to survivor, because victim means I don't have any control. There's nothing I can do. I can't bring them back, which is understandable. But survivor says, I am going to work on managing my emotions. I am going to work on managing my behavior. I'm not going to try to control everybody around me. I'm going to take responsibility for my triggers. And that can help stop that generational trauma.
It's wonderful to have this time with you because I think it's important for people to know that amazing people who do what you do are out there. So I can't even thank you enough for being with us today.
Thank you for having me.
The ripples that have echoed from this case are seemingly endless, and it's truly scary to think about the lasting impact the Matusiewiczes have had on everyone involved. Christine's sister-in-law, Jenny Puglisi, sums up the strength Christine had in making sure she did all she could for her daughters.
Christine mattered. The Matusiewicz family tried to make it like she didn't matter, but she does. And her children are resilient and strong and in ways that they shouldn't have to be, but they are. And they tried to wipe Christine off the face of the earth, but they haven't done it.
How do I remember Christine? Strong. Larger than life. Christine was a light that never went dim. She taught me a lot. She taught me how to love myself and others. Christine was a great mom. And I think if Christine had a house, it would be the size of Earth so she could take all the children and just love them unconditionally. She will always be in my heart.
What makes this family so scary is they will stop at nothing, including murder, to gain the custody of David's 3 daughters. Not only will they stop at nothing, they have the ability to manipulate educated, professional people to enter into their conspiracy and act as unpaid agents for them.
What separates the Matusiewicz family from many, many of the other cases I've worked is the synergy that they had. They worked together collectively to advance a goal. And that goal was not to care for these 3 girls, truly care for them. Their goal was to destroy their mother. And when it appeared as though that wasn't going to work, that they weren't getting the effect that they wanted, they changed their plan. And unfortunately, that change led to Christine losing her life. And these young girls, yet again, mourning the loss of their mother.
In this particular case, you know damn well that those kids were going to be protected by the state of Delaware.
The day of the shooting, I was actually able to go into the police I didn't know it was going to be the last time that I would see them.
Katie was separated from him and would never reside in the same home with them again.
They took away my mom and my sisters and my home, and I was 17 with a 9-month-old. I don't know how I dealt with it. I think having my daughter pushed me through. I realized I had to keep doing things that I was doing for her. I couldn't really break down or do any of that. I'm a mom. I do see a lot of similarities between me and my mom.
The Matusiewicz family is a collective of wolves in sheep's clothing. You wouldn't think twice about them if you passed them on the street. They operated in the shadows with meticulous planning, spies, and brutal violence, all in the name of their relentless obsession. But in the end, Lenore and the Matusiewicz family failed their goal. They never achieved total control of the 3 girls. Christine, however, only ever wanted her children to be happy. Every day she woke up and chose to love and protect all 4 of her daughters. Christine's strength and spirit lives on through them. Thank you for joining us this season on Very Scary People, A Family to Fear. Very Scary People is produced by Lionsgate Alternative Television for ID. For ID, our executive producer is Keela Woodard, and our producer is Jessica Horowitz. For Lionsgate Alternative Television, our executive producers are Donnie Wahlberg, Desma Simon, Lee Purinton, and Jonathan Baruch. Producers are Ben Glasson and Elize Nzunza. This podcast was recorded by Steven Sletton and mixed by J.D. Colson. I'm Donnie Wahlberg. You can follow our show wherever you get your podcasts, and we'd love it if you could take a second and leave us a 5-star review on Apple Podcasts or Spotify.